Chapter 4453. Young Master. The three extreme Tao Supremes had just entered the immortal mansion world and were about to display their might and awe, but the appearance of a person almost scared them to their knees. Black Wind, how dare you? You actually want me to come and die? The white-robed lady crossed her arms and looked coldly at the black-robed man. This, young master, how could I dare to be impudent in front of you? The black-robed man hurriedly said. Although he was an extreme Tao supremacy, he didn't have any temper in front of this white-robed lady. This was because this white-robed lady was the daughter of their master, the young master. Apart from their master, the young master also controlled their life and death. Greetings, young master. The other two hurriedly bowed to the white-robed lady. Uncle Master, a fatty walked over from afar. When he saw this scene, his eyeballs nearly popped out of their sockets. What was going on? Three extreme Tao Supreme beings were actually being so respectful to this junior uncle of his. That black-robed fellow was so scared that his face turned pale. This was an extreme Tao supremacy. Greetings, Daoist Chin. At this moment, a purple-robed lady walked over from afar. Although this lady was masked, her extraordinary aura couldn't be concealed. This purple-robed lady was the princess of the Qin clan, Qin Yao. The little fatty was naturally Jiyu Fei's grand disciple, Jiyu Xiaofeng. Qin Yao had taken Yang as her master, so to a certain extent, she was also the young master of the Black Wind Supremacy and the others. However, Qin Yao wasn't the daughter of Jiyu Fei and Yang. Extreme Tao Supremes were all prideful people. When the Black Wind Supremacy and the others saw Qin Yao, they would only address her as fellow Daoist. Greetings, Daoist brothers. Qin Yao naturally didn't dare to slight them. Although she was the princess of the Qin clan, and her father was the founder of the Qin clan, the Yin-Yang emperor, she wasn't a supremacy yet. She naturally didn't dare to be arrogant in front of these supremacies. At this moment, the three supremacies restrained their auras. Otherwise, no one would be able to withstand it. Why did you guys only arrive now? Jiyu Ling said. Although she was not afraid of Supremes, she could not do anything to them. She did not want to waste the undying God liquid on recovering her cultivation. That was the undying golden Buddha tree's divine elixir, a supreme treasure in itself. The undying matter within was also a great natural luck. The Star Beast Sovereign was a little hesitant. They should have arrived long ago, but they encountered powerful enemies along the way, and a battle ensued. Even though they managed to beat back those fellows, they were still delayed. Alright, since we're here, let's go fight for it. At this time, a supreme aura surged out from the depths of the immortal mansion world, shaking the heavens and shaking the earth. Even quasi-supreme experts chose to retreat. No one below the extreme Tao dared to approach a certain place in the eastern domain of the immortal estate world. Go. The Star Beast Venerable Beast's divine sense instantly spread out and enveloped a part of the world. It immediately discovered something strange in the depths of the world. There was actually a group of extreme Tao Supremes surrounding an ancient palace. The Daoist rhymes emanating from the ancient palace were very astonishing. Rays of divine light directly rushed out from the encirclement of the Supremes, illuminating the entire world. Even a group of Supremes could not completely suppress this ancient palace. This surprised the Star Beast Venerable Beast. He waved his sleeves and led everyone into the sky, directly disappearing into the void at an extremely fast speed. In just an instant, he descended from the sky like a huge star, landing on a mountain near the ancient palace. The starlight dissipated, and the figures of Jiyu Ling and the others appeared. The group of Supremes was shocked, and hurriedly looked towards the mountain. Hey! When Di Jotian saw the Star Beast Venerable Beast, Jiyu Ling, and the others, he could not help but feel a little surprised. Weren't the Star Beast Venerable Beast and the other two fellows with Master? What had come here? Could it be that even Master had come here? In this world, there were probably not many people who could make Jiyu Fei worry. The appearance of Jiyu Ling immediately caused the three Supremes to retreat. Even when Di Jotian appeared, the three Supremes did not have the slightest intention of retreating. However, once Jiyu Ling appeared, the three supremes from the heavenly realm and the human realm immediately retreated. Although the power of heavenly punishment in the heavenly realm and the human realm had been strengthened by Jiyu Fei, there were still many supremes in the heavenly realm and the human realm who had sealed their cultivation and escaped that calamity. After coming to the immortal mansion world, these extreme Tao supremes no longer had to hide their cultivation. They directly unsealed their cultivation and recovered their extreme Tao cultivation. However, Jiyu Fei was a taboo existence in the heavenly realm and the human realm. In this world, no one dared to provoke him, especially those with large families. Regardless of whether it was the incomparably ancient forces of the ancient antiquity, the emperor clans, or the extreme royal families, no one was willing to offend Jiyu Fei. And Jiyu Ling was Jiyu Fei's most beloved daughter. Last time, Jiyu Fei had gone on a killing spree on the primordial ancestral planet for his daughter. The three extreme Tao supremes all came from ancient cultivation forces. These supremes all had a super force behind them. If they were supremes who were alone and had no worries, they could do whatever they wanted and not be afraid of offending anyone. However, the supremes with powerful families could not. There were also many supremes who retreated to a distance and continued to observe. This ancient palace was really extraordinary. Even the supremes could not suppress it. Its aura was earth-shattering, and it forcibly opened up a part of the world under the pressure of the supremes. This palace, Jiyu Ling was very shocked. She had been in the world for so many years, but she had never seen such a shocking scene. There were at least 11 supremes present, and even 11 supremes could not suppress this ancient palace. This was really terrifying. Moreover, among these 11 supremes, there were at least 2 supremacies. Di Jiutian was a supremacy from the heaven realm, and the star beast supremacy was a supremacy from the ancestral realm. Both of them were extremely powerful and ruthless people who killed other supremes as if they were chickens. There must be something heaven-defying inside. Little fatty Jiyu Xiaofeng's eyes lit up. If not for the star beast supremacy protecting him, his body and soul would have long been destroyed. Even a quasi-supremacy would not be able to withstand the extreme Tao divine aura, let alone the aura that erupted from so many supremes. Let me destroy this palace and see what's inside. The ancient god of war from the chaotic god of war palace had a fiery temper. When he saw that no one was making a move, he immediately jumped out. Swoosh! A huge hammer rushed out of his body and was grabbed by him. He then exerted all his strength and smashed it towards the ancient palace in front of him. Boom! The huge hammer that emitted endless chaotic electric light hit the ancient palace. In the next moment, a circle of transparent ripples spread in all directions. In the next moment, the hammer was directly repelled, and the ancient war ancestor of the chaotic god of war, Kuan Yu, was directly knocked away along with his hammer. Kuan Yu roared out furiously. He gripped the hammer desperately with both hands, and he did not even notice the blood dripping from his hands. What? All the supremes were surprised when they saw this. In particular, the imperial ancestor of the Pingtian Empire, Qi Xiao, widened his eyes. He knew Kuan Yu's cultivation and battle prowess. Even if he fought against Kuan Yu, they would only be evenly matched. It would be very difficult to say who would emerge victorious. Kuan Yu had actually been directly knocked away. The defenses of the palace were just too powerful. Even Di Jiutian and the Star Beast supremacy were stern. Chapter 44-54. Deep within the ancestral grounds of the monster clan, the demonic aura had been surging for more than a month. Countless monsters in the ancestral grounds of the monster clan were trembling in fear of the demonic aura erupting. One had to know that once the demonic aura was condensed to the extreme, the entire ancestral grounds of the monster clan would be finished. Even a sage-level monster saint would be in trouble if they were to come into contact with the demonic aura. Not to mention the monsters below the sage level. I wonder how long the one inside is going to stay in seclusion. Outside the area enveloped by devil chi, on top of a mountain stood 2 demon race ancestor-level existences. The 2 of them were very strong. They were both quasi-supreme level existences. Only quasi-supreme level demon clan experts could become demon ancestors. The title of demon ancestor was not something that just anyone could use. The more capable one was, the more one could do. Who would dare to call themselves monster patriarchs if they weren't capable enough? The demonic aura is too terrifying. The other monster patriarch stared at the surging demonic aura with a hint of fear in his eyes. Even quasi-sovereigns would find it difficult to refine such pure demonic aura. However, the existence in the center of the demonic aura was constantly devouring and refining the extremely pure demonic aura. This shocked everyone to the extreme. Is there still no news from the Monster Lord? That place isn't a good place. The two monster patriarchs whispered to each other. They actually wanted to try their luck in the Chaos Rift and see if they could obtain a great opportunity. However, the demon race's ancestral land could not be without a quasi-supreme demon ancestor guarding it. Old Turtle led the other demon ancestors into the Chaos Rift, but they were unlucky enough to draw a lot to guard the ancestral land, so they could only stay and guard the demon race's ancestral land. Moreover, there was a great god in seclusion in the monster clan ancestral grounds. Rumble, at that moment, the demonic aura in front of them surged violently. Then, the ink-like demonic aura receded like a receding tide. In just a few breaths' time, the demonic aura that shrouded the area had completely disappeared. The two demon progenitors stared at the figure on the top of the mountain in front of them with their mouths agape. Such a vast amount of demonic chi was actually devoured by that person in one gulp. Furthermore, that person did not seem to be satisfied. The man opened his mouth and inhaled, swallowing a fist-sized ball that was floating in the air. Boom! In the next moment, all 108,000 pores on that person's body spewed out demonic energy. Even the extremely pure demonic energy contained impurities. The devil chi that gushed out of that person's body was devil chi that contained a large amount of impurities. The two monster ancestors in the distance were taken aback when they saw the demonic aura erupting from the man. At that moment, that person stretched out his right hand. The demonic energy that erupted from his body gathered in his right hand, and he grabbed it. A ball of fire appeared in his hand, and he directly refined the large amount of impurities in the devil chi. At the same time, a powerful aura burst forth from his body, causing the surrounding space to tremble, as if it could not withstand his powerful body. The two martial progenitors were taken aback, but they quickly regained their senses and rushed toward the figure on the mountain top. "Greetings, Master. Greetings, Master." The two monster ancestors respectfully bowed toward the man. The man slowly turned around and smiled at the two monster ancestors. Following this, the powerful aura that struck fear into the monster ancestors' hearts instantly disappeared. Unfathomable. The two monster ancestors were utterly shocked. "Where's the old tortoise?" said the man. "Ah. Master Demon has gone to the Chaos Rift," one of the monster ancestors said respectfully. "The Chaos Rift." The man was startled. He raised his head and stared into the depths of the Chaos Rift as if his gaze could penetrate the boundless space. "Interesting." The man smiled, and in the next moment, he disappeared into the void. Even the two quasi-supreme level martial ancestors were unable to see how that person disappeared. This Master Gu's cultivation, I can't see through him. He's unfathomable indeed. The two monster ancestors were astounded. The news of Jiu Fei leaving the monster ancestors' ancestral ground had been sealed off by the monster race. No one knew that Jiu Fei was no longer in the monster race's ancestral ground. One should know that Jiu Fei was a ruthless man of his generation. Even the ancient demon Shen Huang was no match for him and was captured. His existence itself was a deterrent. If people knew that Jiu Fei was no longer in the monster race's ancestral ground, the monster race's ancestral ground would most likely be attacked by the primordial evil remnants or the heavenly demon descendants. The primordial evil remnants and the heavenly demon descendants were the old tortoise's mortal enemies. The two factions would never let go of an opportunity like this. With Jiu Fei in the monster race's ancestral ground, all factions would be wary of him. Even the primordial evil remnants and the heavenly demon descendants would not act recklessly. Boom! The periphery of the Chaos Rift suddenly shook. A figure directly rushed into the Chaos Rift like a meteor, streaking across the void and disappearing into the Chaos Rift. "Who's that?" How dare he ignore the chaos chi and fly through the chaos rift? Some of the nearby cultivators were startled. Within the chaos rift, the laws of heaven and earth were chaotic, and there was even chaos chi lingering around. Even saints did not dare to fly recklessly in the chaos rift, but now, that mysterious person dared to do so. Is it a quasi-supreme? Someone exclaimed. At this time, countless experts had gathered in front of the huge immortal abode within the chaos rift. The immortal abode was shrouded in a layer of chaos chi. If one wanted to enter the immortal abode, they would first have to break through the chaos chi. Not everyone had the ability to break through the layer of chaos chi. Those who lacked the ability naturally could not break through, but some people did not give up and wanted to take the risk. Then, many people died in the layer of chaos chi outside the immortal abode. Of course, the immortal abode contained supreme inheritances and great opportunities, so it was worth the risk. However, not everyone could obtain great opportunities and great opportunities. Look, another person has successfully broken through. At this time, on a flying ship, a white-robed girl suddenly exclaimed. Beside the white-robed girl stood a few young people. These people all wore the same style of clothes, so they were obviously disciples of the same force. Apart from the young people on the flying ship, there was also an old man with a walking stick. This old man's hair and beard were all white, even his eyebrows were white. Moreover, this old man's eyebrows were very long, so long that they reached his chest. Yes, that is the divine son of the mysterious heavenly God abode in the heaven realm. His cultivation has also reached the peak of the holy venerate and is about to enter the quasi-supreme realm, the old man said. What? That person is the divine son of the mysterious heavenly God abode, Hu Tian? Someone on the flying ship exclaimed. Hu Tian was the current divine son nurtured by the mysterious heavenly God abode. However, this divine son was much weaker than the divine sons from the primordial realm. He needed an opportunity to break through his current cultivation level. Chapter 44-55. The chaotic energy blocked countless geniuses. Whether they were from the heaven realm, the human realm, or the ancestral realm, as long as their cultivation wasn't high enough and they didn't have a quasi-supreme Tao artifact to protect themselves, they wouldn't be able to break through. Moreover, even if they had quasi-supreme Tao artifacts to protect themselves, they wouldn't necessarily be safe. Even the geniuses from the primordial realm were blocked by the chaotic energy outside the immortal mansion. Countless experts from the four great realms were watching from the vicinity of the immortal mansion. Some directly sent messages to their ancestral lands, asking their sects to use their supreme treasures, and some directly invited quasi-supreme existences to bring them into the immortal mansion. The 8 immortals each displayed their own abilities, all for the sake of passing through that layer of chaotic chi and entering the immortal mansion world to seize great opportunities and great fortune. After that, they would soar into the heavens and become super experts that could look down on the common people and the 9 heavens. At this time, on an inconspicuous flying boat, several young people were listening to the teachings of their seniors. The divine child of the heavenly mystery god estate has entered. The white-robed girl on the flying boat was extremely envious. At this time, the news that the inside of the immortal mansion was a separate world had long been spread by people who had come out of the immortal mansion. Entering the immortal mansion world might allow one to obtain unimaginable fortunes. This was a fatal temptation to every single cultivator. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people who clearly knew that they couldn't do it, yet still took the risk and gave it a try. In the end, they suffered the tragic fate of having their bodies and souls destroyed. There's no point in being envious. Today, I'm just bringing you little fellows here to broaden your horizons. The old man sighed. With his cultivation, he couldn't protect these little fellows as they entered the immortal mansion world. The Sky Mist sect was only a lower middle sect in the heaven realm. Even the sect leader of the Sky Mist sect was only at the peak of the holy venerate level. Moreover, the Sky Mist sect was under the command of the heaven realm's demon race. Sigh. The few young people on the flying boat were very helpless and disappointed. At this time, a few more people tried to break through the chaotic energy outside the immortal mansion. However, although they were very strong, and one of them was even a low-level holy venerate, they were still torn to pieces by the chaotic energy. Even their primordial spirits couldn't escape. Both their bodies and souls were destroyed. Everyone who witnessed this scene knew that it was impossible to pass through this layer of primal chi without a quasi-supreme being cultivation or a quasi-supreme being Tao artifact to protect oneself. Boom! At this moment, a streak of blade light split the chaos apart, directly splitting open a 1,000-meter-long crack in the layer of chaotic aura. At the same time, a black-robed young man with a divine blade in his hand strode over from afar. Step by step, he followed the passageway and passed through the chaotic aura, arriving outside the door of the divine abode. Splitting the chaotic chi with a single slash? When everyone saw this scene, their eyeballs nearly fell out of their sockets. This person was too ferocious. It was just one saber strike, and that was the primal chaos chi that even a holy venerate could not break through. A chance. The cultivators near the passageway that had been split open immediately rushed towards it. Very quickly, there were actually dozens of saints who were above the saint level who followed the passageway and rushed through the layer of primal chaos energy, arriving in front of the gate of the immortal estate. Even some mighty figures who had sacred artifacts to protect themselves were able to break through. However, very quickly, the path that was split open disappeared. The chaotic energy obliterated that path, causing the cultivators who didn't make it in time to beat their chests and stamp their feet. Who was that? That saber-wielding quasi-supreme? On the flying ship, the old man from the sky mist sect frowned. The black-robed young man's cultivation level was very high, and even he couldn't see through the black-robed young man's cultivation level. The black-robed young man directly walked through the immortal door and entered the world of the immortal estate. The group of cultivators behind him also surged forward, all of them rushing in. I only hesitated for a moment. A great opportunity, but I'm not fated to have it. A cultivator's face was covered in tears, regretting that he had been a step too slow. At this moment, a streak of divine light shot over from afar like a meteor. Everywhere it passed, the chaotic aura that pervaded the chaotic rift was swept away. Who was that? That streak of divine light was simply too eye-catching, and all the cultivators were alarmed. Under everyone's gaze, that streak of divine light directly arrived in front of the chaotic aura outside the immortal estate. As soon as that person stopped, the ball of divine light that enveloped him disappeared. That wasn't a protective divine light, but a brilliance formed from the friction between his physical body and the surrounding air. The old man on the Sky Mist sect's flying ship was extremely shocked. Hearing the old man's words, the surrounding cultivators were all shocked. This guy actually didn't use divine light to protect himself while flying through the chaotic rift. This person's physical body was too powerful. However, the moment some people saw the person's face clearly, they almost knelt down in fright. Why is he here too? F***ck, now that he's here, who would dare to fight him for the great opportunity and the great opportunity? Sigh. There's nothing for us to do now. All the cultivators who recognized that person immediately thought of hiding as far away as they could. Gu Fei. In the distant sky, a dignified old man dressed in embroidered robes stared at the figure, his expression extremely grim. Gu Fei suddenly turned around and looked in the old man's direction. In the next moment, his figure disappeared into thin air. When he reappeared, he was less than 3 meters away from the old man. What? The old man in embroidered robes was truly shocked. He couldn't help but take a few steps back. You dare to have killing intent towards me? Gu Fei looked at the panicking old man in embroidered robes coldly. You. What are you doing? I'm from the ancestral realm's heavenly clan. The old man's voice began to tremble. Just now, he only had a trace of killing intent towards Gu Fei, but it was actually detected by Gu Fei. This fellow was too terrifying. Gu Fei said nothing more. With a slap, he turned the old man into a mist of blood. Even his primordial spirit dispersed in the air. That was a quasi-supreme martial artist. He was killed with a single slap. Just how powerful is this Gu Fei? Everyone was shocked to the extreme. The battle power displayed by Gu Fei was simply too powerful. He killed a quasi-supreme martial artist with a single slap. That was a quasi-supreme martial artist, not an ordinary existence. What? You want to die too? Ji Fei looked towards a warship in the distance. On the bow of the warship stood several incomparably powerful existences. They were all people from the ancestral realm's heavenly clan. Seeing Ji Fei kill the old man with a single slap, those people were both shocked and furious. They glared at Ji Fei furiously, yet did not dare to do anything. Greetings, Lord Ji. Elder Tianlong was disrespectful to you. He deserved to die. We do not dare to show any dissatisfaction, said the leading elder on the warship. The heavenly clansmen on the warship had no choice but to lower their heads to Ji Fei. If they did not, they would die. Ji Fei no longer paid attention to them. In his eyes, they were nothing more than ants. Killing them or not was meaningless. He turned around and took a step forward. Once again, he arrived before the layer of chaotic aura outside the immortal palace. Not bad. This is the technique of an utmost exalted. As Ji Fei spoke, he opened his mouth and sucked. The layer of chaotic aura was sucked in by him and was being devoured by him. This. Chapter 4456. Outside the Holy Realm Mansion on the periphery of the Chaos Rift, Ji Fei opened his mouth and swallowed the layer of primordial qi that enveloped the whole Holy Realm Mansion. Everyone who saw this was shocked to the extreme. That was not ordinary primordial qi. It was a defensive measure set up by a supreme existence, and the primordial qi was blessed with great power. Even ordinary primordial qi was not easy to refine, let alone this kind of primordial qi that had been blessed with some kind of power. However, Ji Fei did not care so much. He directly opened his mouth and swallowed the primordial qi. Among the primordial qi that converged toward him, ancient Tao patterns appeared one after another, and then disappeared. This, everyone was dumbfounded for the first time. This Ji Fei is simply a madman. Ji Fei's crazy move was unbelievable. But soon, everyone was shocked again. The layer of primordial qi that enveloped the whole Holy Realm Mansion gradually thinned, and Ji Fei kept swallowing it. This, all the cultivators who were blocked by the layer of primordial qi outside the Holy Realm Mansion were surprised, happy, and excited. If Ji Fei broke through the layer of primordial qi, wouldn't everyone be able to enter the world of the Holy Realm Mansion? Ji Fei had no intention of stopping. As he continued to swallow the primordial qi, the ancient Tao patterns continued to collapse. Soon, the layer of primordial qi that enveloped the whole Holy Realm Mansion was completely swallowed by Ji Fei and disappeared completely. This made all the cultivators who witnessed this scene dumbfounded. How is this possible? On the flying boat of the Sky Mist sect, the long-eyebrowed old man murmured, his voice trembling. Holy Realm Mansion? Ji Fei used the eternal true eyes to look at the Holy Realm Mansion in front of him, and he saw a shocking scene. The whole Holy Realm Mansion was densely covered with incomparably ancient Tao patterns. No one knew how many years this Tao pattern had existed, but it had not been eroded by the ruthless passage of time. It was still very terrifying. Ji Fei estimated that even an existence at the peak of the Master Realm would not be able to shake this immortal mansion. At least an existence at the half-step eternal realm could threaten this immortal mansion. The qi of heaven and earth emanated from the gate of the immortal abode. Beyond the gate was a world of its own. Great opportunity, great fortune. Ji Fei looked at the opened immortal gate in front of him. His lips curled into a disdainful smile. Everyone thought that he would enter the immortal mansion world, but in the next instant, a large hand directly reached out from the depths of the primal chaos rift, grabbing towards Ji Fei. The giant hand seemed to have grabbed out casually, but the void around Ji Fei was instantly locked up. It actually grabbed Ji Fei along with the void around Ji Fei. Everyone was shocked. No one had thought that there would be a big guy hiding in the depths of the primal chaos rift, and even dared to attack Ji Fei. That was Ji Fei, an existence even more ferocious than the ancient great omen Xian Huang. Who in the heaven realm or the mortal realm would dare to attack him? The one who attacked him was naturally not from the heaven realm or the mortal realm, nor was it even from the ancestral realm. Rumble, the world shook. Under everyone's dumbfounded gaze, Jiu Fei was directly grabbed by the giant hand into the depths of the primal chaos rift and disappeared. How is this possible? Everyone was dumbfounded. That was Jiu Fei, who could even suppress the ancient great omen Xian Huang. How could he be taken away just like that? He did not resist at all. This was too unbelievable. Haha, this Jiu Fei also has such a day. Those who had enmity with Jiu Fei naturally rejoiced in his misfortune. They could not wait for someone to take care of Jiu Fei. As for those who were on good terms with Jiu Fei, their expressions were grave. This was a heaven-piercing matter. If Jiu Fei was really killed, the heaven realm and the mortal realm would most likely be thrown into chaos. Even the ancestral realm would be in an uproar. One had to know that the power that Jiu Fei had left in the ancestral realm could not be underestimated. Everyone could not wake up from their shock for a long time. Someone suddenly roared like a madman, waking everyone up with a start. Then, the vicinity of the immortal's abode immediately burst into an uproar. The primal chaos has disappeared. What are we waiting for? Charge. Haha, I didn't think that we could enter the immortal abode world. Great fortune, great opportunity. I'm coming. Countless cultivators madly rushed towards the gate of the immortal abode. The gate was very big. Even if countless cultivators swarmed in, it did not seem crowded. Elder, let's go as well. On the Sky Mist sect's flying vessel, several young disciples were extremely excited. Originally, they had just come to join in the fun and broaden their horizons. But who would have thought that Jiu Fei would suddenly appear and devour the layer of primal chaos aura that enveloped the entire immortal abode? Let's watch first. The long-browed elder's expression was extremely grave. The dangers of the immortal abode world were no joke. Moreover, with so many people entering the immortal abode world, those who did not have a strong enough cultivation base would only attract a fatal disaster, even if they obtained the fortune. It was useless for the young people on the flying vessel to be anxious. Scram! Just at this moment, an angry roar came from within the immortal abode. Then, countless people flew out from within the immortal abode. Some of them directly exploded into clouds of blood mist, dying in body and soul. An extremely powerful ripple of power surged out from within the immortal abode. A great battle had erupted within the immortal abode. People were constantly being killed. Even saints were injured and had to retreat, to say nothing of those cultivators below the saint level. The immortal abode was in chaos, and a thick stench of blood pervaded the air. The young disciples on the Sky Mist sect's flying vessel were all stunned by this bloody scene. Was this the cruel side of the cultivation world? For the sake of natural treasures and top-notch legacies, countless people had gone mad. Boom! Bang! Muffled sounds of collisions rang out continuously. Those were the ripples of power between saints. Powerful saints were battling within the immortal abode, and all cultivators below the saint level had become cannon fodder. The battle between saints was incomparably bitter. Soon, news spread that several saints who had obtained fortune in the immortal abode world were about to leave, but they were intercepted by others, and a great battle erupted. And then, those who had just charged into the immortal abode were unlucky. They were caught up in the shockwaves of the great battle, and countless were killed or injured. The long-browed elder of the Sky Mist sect rejoiced incomparably. It was precisely because of his hesitation that he had saved the lives of the Sky Mist sect disciples on the flying vessel. The great battle between saints continued for several hours. In the end, a saint charged out from the immortal abode world. However, this person's entire body was covered in bloodstains. Clearly, his injuries were not light. Old Monster Ju, Old Li, Zhao Feiyu, will remember this. That saint roared madly as he charged out of the primal chaos rift, intending to return to the celestial realm. When the experts near the immortal abode world heard Zhao Feiyu's words, they were all indescribably shocked. Could it be that the saints of the primordial Zhu clan and the primordial Li clan had teamed up against the saint of the primordial Zhao clan? The information that the saint who had escaped had revealed was simply too shocking. If this was true, wouldn't it ignite the conflict between the various primordial clans? If that was the case, The celestial realm and the mortal realm would both fall into complete chaos. If a war broke out between the primordial clans, the people would definitely be plunged into misery and suffering, and unimaginable destruction would result. One had to know that these primordial clans were likely to have extreme Daos overseeing them, and all of them possessed incomparably deep resources. Boom! At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared and punched out. The violent fist energy was as ferocious as the explosion of a divine sun, and it directly intercepted Zhao Feiyu. Zhao Feiyu, hand over that item, and I'll let you leave. Otherwise, I'll kill you without mercy. Two powerful figures charged out of the immortal abode world, pressing towards Zhao Feiyu. Go to hell, all of you. Zhao Feiyu immediately retreated, dodging the incoming punch. At the same time, he crushed a Dao talisman in his hand. The moment Zhao Feiyu crushed the Dao talisman, a wild roar came from the Zhao family's ancestral grounds in the celestial realm. In the next moment, a powerful figure charged out of the ancestral grounds of the Zhao family in the celestial realm. With a single step, he charged towards the area where the primal chaos rift was located. Following that, another 3 experts charged out of the Zhao family's ancestral grounds in the celestial realm and entered the primal chaos rift. The moment Zhao Feiyu crushed the Dao talisman, the expressions of the 3 saints who were surrounding him changed drastically. End this quickly. The 3 saints immediately attacked Zhao Feiyu with all their might. Zhao Feiyu was already an arrow at the end of its flight, so how could he possibly withstand the combined attacks of 3 saints? He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying backwards. A bloody hole had appeared in his body. If it weren't for the fact that he had used a death substitution Dao talisman in this critical moment of life and death, he would have long since been blasted to smithereens by these 3 despicable and shameless fellows. However, he had already used up all of his death substitution Dao talismans. If he was killed again, then he would truly be dead. You despicable, shameless scum. Zhao Feiyu's eyes were bloodshot. They had narrowly escaped death and obtained an item from a restricted area in the immortal abode world. They had wanted to immediately leave the immortal abode world and return that item to the ancestral grounds. However, they had never imagined that news of Zhao Feiyu and the others obtaining the item would be leaked, causing the saints of the Zhu and Li families to join forces and ambush them near the immortal abode world. The other 2 saints of the Zhao family were caught off guard and killed. Only Zhao Tianyu, who had the highest level of cultivation and the strongest battle prowess, managed to escape. Die. What responded to Zhao Tianyu was a fist that exploded with terrifying power. This was the Zhu family's Big Dipper heaven-shattering fist. The violent power of the stars surged out of the Zhu family's saint's fist, shaking the heavens and the earth. The other saint of the Zhu family even took out a quasi-supreme Dao treasure. It was a blood-red divine saber. The divine saber transformed into a streak of bloody light that shot towards Zhao Tianyu. The Li family's saint also used his trump card, releasing extremely tiny flying needles. This type of Dao treasure was impossible to defend against. Once one was hit, it would be too late. Roar. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Chapter 4457. Zhao Tianyu of the Heavenly Realms Zhao clan was besieged by the 3 saints of the Zhu clan and the Li clan. In his despair, he self-destructed, wanting to drag the 3 saints down with him. If he risked his life to recoup his losses, if he killed 2, he would have made a profit. If he killed all 3, he would have made a huge profit. Zhao Tianyu, you lunatic. The saint of the Zhu clan only had time to roar before he crumbled under the terrifying destructive power. His body and soul were both destroyed. He did not have a death substitution talisman on him, so he had no chance of rebirth. Roar. The other saint of the Zhu clan roared as he activated his protective talisman. More than 10 beams of divine light surged from his body, protecting him. However, those 10 beams of divine light did not even last for a breath's time. They were instantly destroyed by the mighty destructive power. In the next moment, half of his body was obliterated, and his flesh was a mess. Just as the saint of the Zhu clan was about to die, a beam of divine light surged from his body. The half of his body that had been obliterated actually reassembled and recovered. However, in the next moment, his physical body crumbled again, and even his soul was almost obliterated. However, at the crucial moment, another beam of divine light flashed. Under the cover of the divine light, the saint of the Zhou clan was reborn once again. However, he still died in the end. This fellow had died 7 times. In the end, after the death substitution talisman was used up, he really died. The other saint of the Li clan was also in a miserable state. He escaped the fastest, but in the end, he did not escape from the range of Zhao Tianyu's self-destruction. He was enveloped by the explosive destructive power. In the next moment, the saint of the Li clan was blasted into a bloody mist. However, within the bloody mist, a ball of divine light lit up. Under the illumination of the divine light, the bloody mist rapidly condensed, and the saint of the Li clan reassembled his physical body. He also had a death substitution talisman on him, but he only had one. It would be gone once he used it. However, the saint of the Li clan immediately used his quasi-supreme talisman. It was a shining silver ring. The moment the silver ring appeared, it immediately dispersed the surrounding destructive power. Rumble, the saint of the Li clan, controlled the silver ring and instantly charged hundreds of thousands of miles away. Damn it! Li Jingtian, how dare you kill our saint and steal our treasure? You deserve to die. At this moment, a furious roar came from the sky. In the next moment, a middle-aged man with towering anger rushed over. Terrifying energy waves erupted from this middle-aged man, causing the surrounding void to tremble. Zhao Yi, the Li family's saint, Li Jingtian, was shocked when he saw who it was. This was Zhao Yi, an elder of the heavenly realm's Zhao family. However, Zhao Yi didn't come from the Zhao clan of the heaven realm. Instead, he came from the primordial Zhao clan of the human realm. The primordial Zhao clan's foundation was extremely deep. Zhao Yi was a reclusive expert of the desolate era's Zhao family. His cultivation base was at the early stages of the quasi-supreme realm, which allowed him to become the heaven realm's Zhao family's grand elder, and the family head. Although the heavenly realm had been invaded by the extreme mysterious realm and suffered heavy losses, some of the leaders of the sects had fallen. The heavenly realm was not as powerful as the extreme mysterious realm. On the other hand, the Zhao clan did not suffer any losses. The clan head was still Zhao Tianxiong, and the 2 supreme elders were overseeing things. These 3 powerful beings were all quasi-supremes, and were basically invincible as long as they did not come out of the extreme Dao. Run! The Li family's saint immediately turned around and fled. Me. Still trying to escape. Zhao Yi stretched out his hand and grabbed at the Li family's saint. In an instant, the void around the Li family's saint was enveloped. At the same time, he waved his left hand and an item flew back from afar, landing in his hand. Roar! The Li family's saint desperately activated the silver bracelet. The silver bracelet erupted with quasi-supreme level power and blocked Zhao Yi's huge hand. It's just a small quasi-supreme Dao artifact. Even if a quasi-supreme level expert came personally, he wouldn't be able to save you. Zhao Yi exerted force and the silver bracelet immediately shattered. The Li family's saint was immediately grabbed and turned into a bloody mist. Even the death substitution talisman was not enough. His body and soul were instantly destroyed. At this time, countless experts in the heavenly realm were watching the live broadcast through the mysterious divine talisman established by the mysterious divine estate on the mysterious divine platform. Zhao Yi, how dare you kill the Li family's saint? Even if you are the Zhao family's grand elder, you must die. The Li family head stared at the screen in front of him and gritted his teeth. Family head, I'll go kill this Zhao Yi. Behind the Li family head, a middle-aged quasi-supreme dressed in battle armor said angrily. Go then. Let them know that our Li family is not so easily bullied. The Li family head nodded as he spoke. How did the Zhao family and the Li family get into a conflict? Heh, aren't you guys watching the live broadcast? The Li family and the Zhu family's saints seem to have set up an ambush in the immortal mansion world, wanting to kill the Zhao family's saint, Zhao Tianyu. In the end, Zhao Tianyu had no choice but to self-detonate. Wow, no way. I just haven't been on the mysterious divine platform for half a day. What kind of earth-shattering event has happened? HMPH, ignorant and ill-informed. Someone said smugly. At this time, outside the immortal mansion world. After killing the Li family's saint, Zhao Yi's anger had not yet subsided. He attacked and killed all of the Li family disciples nearby with a single slap. Only after exterminating the Li family clansmen near the immortal mansion world did Zhao Yi's anger subside significantly. Although Zhao Yi is the Zhao family's grand elder, he still wantonly slaughtered the Li family's disciples. This will definitely enrage the Li family. On the Fector platform, everyone who saw this through the livestream was shocked beyond belief. The Heaven Domain's Li clan was not a weak clan. Although the Heaven Domain's Zhao clan dominated the northern region of the Heaven Domain, the Li clan was also a colossus. One must know that the human realm's Li clan from the primordial world and the Heaven realm's Li clan came from the same source. Ever since the path of heaven was opened between the Heaven realm and the human realm, the clans of the ancients in the human realm had to regain control of the forces they had left in the Heaven realm. However, after countless years of development, the forces of the clan of the ancients that remained in the Heaven realm had become even more powerful. They had even produced quasi-supremes. The Heaven realm's Li clan also returned to the human realm's Li clan and became a branch of the desolate Li clan. Countless years ago, they were originally a branch of the desolate Li clan. Back then, the human realm was in chaos and the path of heaven was severed. The ancient powers in the Heaven realm experienced a long period of darkness and many powers from the human realm disappeared. However, a force that could survive for so long was not simple. Seems like the Heaven realm is going to be chaotic again. Someone left a message on the Tianji platform. Hehe, as long as that person exists in the Heaven realm, there will be no chaos. Someone said disapprovingly. You mean, everyone suddenly fell silent, not daring to continue talking. Zhao Yi's massacre near the immortal abode had completely angered the Heaven realm's Li clan. Countless people were watching the show. If the Zhao clan and the Li clan fought, it would be interesting. While everyone was watching the show, in the depths of the Chaos Rift, near the primordial world, two powerful figures were confronting each other. An extremely powerful aura erupted from the two of them, dispersing the chaotic energy in the surroundings. Extreme Supremes. A warship directly rushed into the Chaos Chi. Soon, the experts on the warship were indescribably shocked. The Extreme Supreme's aura coming from the Chaos Chi shocked the experts on the warship. Go around. The Extreme Divine Formation on the warship was activated, and a ball of divine light enveloped the entire warship. The leader immediately gave the order to go around. Your Highness, it's rare to see an Extreme Supremes battle. Why don't we stay and watch? On the bow of the warship, a youth in embroidered clothes stood with his hands behind his back, surrounded by divine light. Behind him stood many experts. A white-robed youth behind the saint looked in the direction of the Extreme Supreme's aura. Yes. The saint nodded. The cultivators on the warship were overjoyed. How dare you attack me, Ji Fei? You must be tired of living. In the Chaos Chi, a blurry figure suddenly erupted with powerful energy waves, shaking the entire Chaos Rift. This person was Ji Fei. His cultivation had actually broken through to the Extreme Supreme's realm. You're the only one at the Extreme Supremes. The person on the other side was very disdainful. Kill. Not in the mood to talk nonsense with this guy, Ji Fei threw a punch at the guy on the other side. Rumble. The punch shook the world. Although Ji Fei's punch looked simple, it made the mysterious person feel that it was difficult to dodge. Boom. The mysterious person was directly blasted away, smashing into a small mountain behind him. The Supremes of the primordial world are so weak, they can't even withstand a single blow. Ji Fei shook his head. What did you say? The mysterious person was instantly enraged and directly rushed over from afar. 9 rays of sword light rushed out of his body and slashed wildly at Ji Fei. The mysterious person had once taken action and dragged Ji Fei into the depths of the Chaos Chi, but Ji Fei was not a weakling, so he directly broke free from the mysterious person's control. Return. Ji Fei stretched out his hands, and the 9 rays of sword light were immediately drawn to his body and circled around him. What? The mysterious person was shocked to see this scene. The sword light he had shot out was actually easily controlled by the other party. How was this possible? Here you go. Ji Fei waved his right hand, and the 9 rays of sword light around him immediately erupted with even more powerful sword light, directly piercing towards the mysterious person opposite him. Damn it! The mysterious person immediately retreated. No one knew the power of the 9 rays of sword light better than him. If he was hit, even a supreme would be injured. Whoosh! The 9 rays of sword light crossed the sky and directly caught up with the mysterious person who was sent flying backward. Roar! The mysterious person roared to the sky. He attacked with all his strength, increasing his speed by several times. However, the 9 rays of sword light continued to pierce towards the mysterious person like a shadow. How is this possible? The mysterious person was shocked and angry. The other party actually reversed his attack perfectly, and the power of this divine ability seemed to be a bit stronger than when he used it. This was unbelievable. Chapter 4458. After Ji Fei came out of seclusion, he wanted to enter the immortal abode in the Chaos Rift to take a look. However, a huge hand suddenly reached out from the depths of the Chaos Rift. The huge hand directly grabbed Ji Fei and dragged him into the depths of the Chaos Rift, not far from the primordial realm. It was the attack of a mysterious supremacy. However, Ji Fei was not to be trifled with. His extreme grade cultivation erupted and directly shattered the huge hand that grabbed him. Kill! Kill! Without any hesitation, the two powerhouses immediately started fighting. Ji Fei's seclusion this time allowed him to refine an endless amount of demonic qi. The demonic qi of the 10 extinction demonic star was too vast and pure, allowing his cultivation base to directly recover to the initial stage of extreme Tao. As long as he was willing, he could immediately transcend the tribulation and become a true extreme grade supremacy. Ji Fei used to be a supreme existence in the eternal grade. Although the first demon ancestor had used his life to open the cycle of reincarnation and knocked him into the cycle of reincarnation, his eternal grade and even extreme grade cultivation were almost beaten back to his original state. However, he still took one step at a time and cultivated back to where he came from. Because he was cultivating from the beginning, he already had a clear understanding of the various realms. Along the way, he did not encounter any bottlenecks at all. Even if he had not transcended the tribulation, Ji Fei's current cultivation was enough to compete with an extreme grade supremacy. I'll return it to you. Ji Fei easily reversed the 9 rays of sword light that the mysterious supremacy from the primordial realm shot at him. The 9 rays of sword light released a dazzling sword light that directly broke through the chaos rift and caught up with the mysterious supremacy in an instant. Damn it! The mysterious supremacy's body trembled. In the next moment, the 9 sharp rays of sword light were directly smashed by a divine halo that rushed out of his body. Go! With a thought from the mysterious supremacy, the divine halo that bloomed with 5-colored divine light directly collided with Ji Fei. The power of the 5 elements at the extreme grade erupted from the divine halo. This is the great Tao of the 5 elements. Seeing this, Ji Fei's pupils involuntarily shrank. If his first reincarnation was before the first devil ancestor sent him into the cycle of reincarnation, then his second reincarnation was after the first devil ancestor sent him into the cycle of reincarnation. 2 lifetimes of cultivation had made his foundation of the great path even more solid. He had cultivated each realm to the extreme, and each realm had reached a flawless level. In particular, he possessed the eternal true bones, which made his martial body extremely powerful. Even if he only used the power of his martial body, he could still crush opponents of the same level. He didn't expect to encounter a 5-element supremacy who had cultivated the 5 elements great Tao to the extreme right after he became an extreme supremacy. The 5-element supremes of the primordial beginning realm were too powerful, and they had already used the 5 elements Tao artifact. He had to be serious. Extreme breaking fist. Ji Fei did not hesitate and immediately displayed the supreme fist technique that he had created in his previous life. When he punched out, it was as if a giant god had smashed through the chaos. It was as if the sun, moon, and stars were shattering around him. It was a shocking sight. This was the supreme fist technique that Ji Fei had created in his previous life when he had cultivated to the eternal realm. It was the extreme breaking fist, which could break through the limits with one punch. Even the primitive powers of heaven and earth, such as earth, water, wind, and fire, could be unleashed. When the five-element supremacy of the primordial beginning realm saw this, his pupils involuntarily shrank, and his expression became extremely solemn. He could sense the terror of Jiu Fei's punch. The moment Jiu Fei punched out, his hair stood on end. It was as if he was facing a great terror and crisis. Jiu Fei's entire body was enveloped in the primordial divine light. This primordial power was extremely powerful, and the punch that was powered by the extreme primordial power was simply invincible. There was no mystique that could not be destroyed with a single punch. This punch had not yet been completely unleashed, but the extremely grand fist intent had already dispersed all the primordial chi within a radius of tens of thousands of miles. Bam! Catcher! Jiu Fei's punch landed on the five elements divine ring, sending the supreme Tao treasure of the primordial beginning realm's five elements celestial sect flying. Boom! A mountain in the distance was struck by the five elements divine ring and exploded, turning into dust that filled the sky. Taking on a supreme Tao treasure with your bare hands. The five elements supremacy's body swayed, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. With a wave of his right hand, the five elements divine ring flew back into his hand. When he looked down, he saw that the five-colored divine ring was covered in cracks, as if it could shatter at any moment. Although he was already mentally prepared, the five elements supremacy's eyes still widened as he stared at the five elements divine ring in his hand. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. This was his life-bound Tao treasure that he had spent his entire life refining, and it had almost been destroyed by a single punch from this guy. This shocked and angered him. Just who are you? The five elements supremacy glared at Jiu Fei. If looks could kill, Jiu Fei would have died many times over. His Tao treasure could be considered half-destroyed. If Jiu Fei were to throw another punch, his Tao treasure would definitely not be able to withstand it and would be destroyed. Boom! Jiu Fei did not say anything. Instead, he bluntly threw out another punch. The power of this punch was much stronger than the first punch. What was the meaning of breaking the limit? It was to surpass one's own limits and raise one's combat strength to a level that surpassed one's own limits. When Jiu Fei threw his second punch, the void in front of his fist collapsed and was annihilated. The area within a radius of 10,000 miles was directly turned into dust. Everything was destroyed and obliterated. This was the fist of destruction. Powered by the power of a supreme Tao treasure, it could simply sink a continent and destroy an entire world. It was terrifying to an unimaginable degree. Roar! The five elements supremacy roared and immediately retreated. At the same time, layer after layer of extreme five elements power erupted from his body and blocked the attack. The void that was enveloped by the five elements divine light was densely packed with five elements Tao patterns. However, Jiu Fei's fist directly broke through the first layer of extreme five elements power. Then the second layer, the third layer. It was like a hot knife through butter. Bam! In the end, Jiu Fei's fist landed on the five elements supremacy's body. 6 or 7 protective Tao treasures instantly shattered. These supreme Tao treasures could not even last for a breath of time. The five elements supremacy only felt his body shake. In the next moment, he saw his extremely powerful five elements Tao body split into pieces and his head flew high into the sky. How is this possible? The five elements supremacy was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. He was the Grand Supreme Elder of the Five Elements Heavenly Sect in the primordial beginning realm and an expert at the great mastery of extreme Tao. Yet, he could not even take a second punch from his opponent and his body exploded. However, in the next moment, his flesh and blood that glowed with five elements divine light rapidly reassembled. The power of the five elements surged and a figure appeared in the five elements divine light. An existence at the level of Supreme Tao was very difficult to kill, especially one at the great mastery of extreme Tao. I'd like to see how many punches you can take. As he spoke, Jiu Fei threw a third punch. The five elements supremacy was shocked and wanted to escape. However, in the next moment, he realized that every inch of the void between heaven and earth was filled with a majestic fist intent. No matter how he tried to escape, there was only one ending for him, death. I can't escape. The five-element supremacy could only fight head-on against Jiu Fei with all his might. The outcome was tragic. The five-element supremacist's arms exploded from the punch, followed by his body and limbs. They were all smashed to pieces by the terrifying fist intent. The five-element supremacy was thoroughly killed. However, in the next moment, his body actually reassembled and appeared in front of Jiu Fei. Jiu Fei could not help but frown. Could it be that this guy really could not be killed? Heaven transformation. Jiu Fei extended his hand and grabbed at the five-element supremacy. A wave of heaven transformation power spread out and instantly enveloped the five-element supremacy. What? The five-element supremacy was shocked. Then, he saw the most terrifying scene in his life. He saw his body disintegrating into nothingness. Soon, the five-element supremacist's flesh and blood melted away, leaving behind only a skeleton. Every bone in his body was sparkling like divine jade. However, this powerful skeleton could not hold on for long. Cracks began to appear on it. Finally, with a loud bang, the five-element supremacist's skeleton exploded and was obliterated by the heaven transformation power. Both his flesh and bones had disappeared. Right now, the five-element supremacy was only left with a ball of spirit. However, in the next moment, this ball of divine light was blown out like a flame. The five-element supremacy had fallen. His cultivation had been melted away by Jiu Fei's heaven transformation hand. In the end, even his entire body had been melted away. It was as if he had never existed in the first place. Jiu Fei felt it was a pity. If he could swallow this guy's extreme path source in one gulp, his cultivation would probably increase by a large margin. However, under his heaven transformation hand, the five-element Sky Sect Supreme Elder had directly received a lunchbox. Primordial Realm, here I come. After killing the five-element Sky Sect Supreme Elder, Jiu Fei headed straight for the Primordial Realm. In the depths of the southern mountains of the Primordial Realm, there was a paradise on earth. Pavilions, terraces, waterfalls, and springs dotted the landscape. Immortal birds and strange beasts wandered around leisurely. Crack. On top of a mountain surrounded by spiritual energy, in an ancient palace, something suddenly shattered. What? The Great Elder is dead. One of the cultivators guarding the life hall charged out as though he had gone mad. The Great Elder's life tablet has shattered. As the news spread, the peaceful ancestral grounds of the five-element Sky Sect immediately became lively. What's going on? How could the Great Elder be dead? No one in the ancestral grounds of the five-element Sky Sect believed it. However, the life tablet of the five-element supremacy that was enshrined in the life palace had shattered. Once the life tablet shattered, it meant that the person had died. Even the extreme path supremacy was no exception. While the five-element Sky Sect was in chaos, Jiu Fei broke through the world barrier and entered the primordial realm. He arrived at a place called Scarlet Mist Ridge. There was a small sect here called the Scarlet Firmament Society. Chapter 4459. Just as Jiu Fei broke through the world barrier of the Primal Beginning Realm and entered the Primal Beginning Realm, a great opportunity finally appeared in one of the domains of the Immortal Mansion world within the Primal Chaos Rift. It was an incomparably ancient palace. The aura that emanated from the ancient palace was extremely powerful. Even ordinary Supremes wouldn't be able to enter. At this moment, in the eastern domain of the Immortal Estate world, streak after streak of supreme divine might exploded forth. Each streak of divine might shook the heavens and the earth, and countless living beings of the Immortal Estate world were lying prone on the ground, trembling in terror. The Star Beast Sovereign protected Gulling, the Little Fatty, and Qin Yao. The Black Wind Sovereign also became well-behaved. He stared solemnly at the ancient palace floating in the void in front of him. The Shooting Sun Sovereign had already grasped his divine bow. Even in the primordial realm, the three sovereigns under Jiu Fei could become overlord existences. But in this place, they had no choice but to behave themselves. Especially the Star Beast Sovereign. He was a star beast that consumed stars to raise his cultivation and battle prowess. He was a supreme-level existence. Who knew how many stars he had to consume to reach his current cultivation level and battle prowess? You're all a bunch of trash. The Star Beast Sovereign swept his gaze across the surroundings with a look of disdain. Powerful waves of star power emanated from his body. The surrounding void was filled with specks of starlight, as though a starry sky was faintly discernible. Star power? Some Supremes secretly exclaimed in surprise. He actually called us trash. Does this guy think he's invincible? Arrogant and ignorant fellow. The Supremes near the ancient palace were both shocked and enraged. This guy was a supremacy. He was extremely powerful, and he could really sweep away all the other Supremes. Moreover, there was a very serious problem. Di Jotien was on the Star Beast Sovereign's side. Of course, only the Supremes of the Heaven Realm and the Human Realm knew about this. As for the Supremes from the Primal Beginning Realm, they didn't know the relationship between Di Jotien and the Star Beast Sovereign at all. What? You still haven't scrammed? Do you want me to ask you to scram? The Star Beast Sovereign coldly swept his gaze across the surrounding Supremes. Humph. Aren't you being a little too tyrannical? Great opportunities, only those who are fated can obtain them. Could it be that you want to hog it all for yourself? A supreme being whose entire body was shrouded in black fog sneered. So what if I want to keep it all to myself? The Star Beast Venerable was extremely powerful. Damn it. All the supreme martial artists present were extremely shocked. Even the supreme martial artists who knew about the Star Beast Venerable were in disbelief. This fellow is crazy enough to fight against all the supreme martial artists alone. It should be known that although this fellow was a supremacy, there were also supremacy-level existences among the supremacy-level existences present. The primogenitor realm also had supremacy-level existences that had descended. Kill this arrogant bastard. Does this savage beast have the strength to swallow the great opportunity for itself? A supreme being said in disdain. However, these fellows were all just a bunch of mouth cannons. Although they said that they were powerful, none of them wanted to be the first to attack. Boom. At this moment, an earth-shaking rumble was heard from afar. A figure appeared in the sky. In the next instant, that person arrived near the ancient hall. A violent and fearsome aura spread from that person's body. A terrifying pressure caused the entire heaven and earth to tremble, and pitch-black spatial cracks appeared one after another. As soon as this person appeared, it seemed like he could shatter a part of the heaven and earth and turn it into chaos once again. Pitilessly powerful, this thought appeared in the minds of all the supreme martial artists. Who is this person? Gulling looked at that person and could not help but frown. This fellow was very strong. His cultivation was definitely not below the Star Beast Venerable. He's not from the heavenly realm, the human realm, or the primogenitor realm. The Shooting Sun Supreme said hurriedly. The mighty great path nomological laws that were emitted from this person did not belong to the three realms at all. This was because the nomological laws of every great realm were different and unique. Experts that grew up in different realms would carry the mark of the realm they were from. Then this fellow must be from the primogenitor realm. Chin Yarrow said. Swish. The person said nothing at all. He directly extended his hand and reached towards the ancient hall that hovered in outer space. He actually wanted to directly grab the ancient hall. Everyone was extremely shocked. Roar. The Star Beast Venerable roared out furiously. In the next moment, countless specks of starlight shot out from his body, directly blasting towards the person. The power of the stars crushed everything and shattered space. The specks of starlight from the Star Beast Venerable were as terrifying as actual stars. That's Qi Xiao and the war ancestor of the divine empire of the primogenitor world and Kuan Yu from the chaotic battle god palace were both shocked when they saw this person. They guessed his origins. His actually come as well. Kuan Yu stared at the person. He was very fearful. You're looking to die. The person could not help but become furious when he saw that someone was bold enough to attack him. He continued to reach towards the ancient hall with one hand, but he clenched his other hand and directly threw a punch at the specks of starlight. This punch directly shook the heavens, punching a black hole in the void of the immortal mansion world. Countless rays of starlight were directly devoured by the black hole created by that person's punch. It actually broke through the star venerable beast's divine ability so easily. Roar! The star beast sovereign roared. In the next moment, countless stars rushed out of his body. Among those stars, 365 of them were especially bright, and they illuminated the sky. The 365 stars moved according to a certain trajectory, enveloping that fellow. That person's hand had just grabbed the middle ancient palace when it was shattered by the power of the stars. Heavenly cycle stellar formation? That person was shocked. At this moment, he only felt his vision blur, and when he looked again, he found that he was surrounded by bright starlight, as if he had entered a star field. Incredible! Unexpectedly, you managed to cultivate the great cosmic star array to the point where it can form a world of its own. The man said in a deep voice. Now that you know how powerful I am, why don't you obediently kneel down and beg me to spare your life? The star beast venerable's voice resounded in the starry sky. TSK. The person directly raised his middle finger. Kill. Without any hesitation, the star beast venerable activated the heavenly cycle stellar formation. In the next moment, the 365 stars released boundless star energy and fell from the starry sky. They turned into 365 peerless swordlights and slashed towards that person. All techniques of convergence. The person roared out furiously, and a ball of dark light actually surged from his body. In the next moment, the light directly devoured the 365 streaks of light that had erupted with surging sword chi. How is this possible? The star beast sovereign could not help but be surprised when he saw this. Is that the great sect master of the heavens Gui Yuan sect, Mo Yuan? The imperial ancestor of the Pingtian Empire, Qi Xiao, originally doubted it, but now that he saw the person in the heavenly cycle stellar formation use the sect's divine ability, he no longer doubted it. The Heavens Gui Yuan sect was one of the 10 great heavens sects of the primordial world. They were no weaker than the Pingtian Empire, and their great sect master, Mo Yuan, was a monstrous genius. This fellow had already cultivated to the quasi-supreme being realm to begin with. However, for some unknown reason, he actually severed his own cultivation and started cultivating from the beginning. Mo Yuan had cultivated for 1,000 years, and he had actually reached the level of an exalt again. He was only half a step away from breaking through to quasi-sovereign and recovering his past cultivation. This was the second time he had cultivated from the beginning. He had reached perfection in every single level of cultivation. There were no weaknesses or openings at all. Although Mo Yuan was also an exalt, he was far more powerful than regular exalts. He was basically invincible among those at the same level of cultivation. The Star Beast Sovereign was powerful, but he had actually suffered against Mo Yuan time and time again. Your heavenly cycle stellar formation is very powerful and can create a world of its own, but my heavenly technique of convergence is not to be trifled with either. Mo Yuan's voice was emotionless. There were no emotions at all. Rumble, the dark light that erupted from Mo Yuan was actually destroying the heavenly cycle stellar formation. Endless starlight was devoured by the dark light, and stars were destroyed one after another. Heavenly technique of convergence. Jiyu Ling stood beside the Star Beast Sovereign. She could sense that the power of the stellar cycle stellar formation was being devoured by Mo Yuan wildly. Could this heavenly technique actually refine the power of stars? Devouring the power of others to strengthen oneself? Qin Yaro's expression was extremely solemn. Mo Yuan had actually grasped this ability. Was he not invincible? How can my heavenly cycle stellar formation only have this much power? In the next moment, the Star Beast Sovereign actually turned into a streak of starlight and fused with the heavenly cycle stellar formation. With the formation as one, the power of the heavenly cycle stellar formation immediately soared to a terrifying level. The power of the stars became extremely condensed. What? I can't devour it anymore? Mo Yuan was shocked. He had originally been devouring the power of the stars around him wildly, but now, he actually could not devour any power at all. At the same time, 365 stars once again appeared in the formation. Go to hell! 365 stars rushed toward Mo Yuan at the same time. Wherever they passed, the void was directly obliterated and turned into nothingness. This was a world-destroying blow. Bam! Mo Yuan was directly blasted away, and a trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. Mo Yuan was also amazing. He actually borrowed the attack of the Star Beast Sovereign to directly fly out of the heavenly cycle stellar sword formation. The guy from the primordial realm is so weak. The Star Beast Sovereign shook his head. It's a little too early to say that. Jiyu Ling said. At the same time, Mo Yuan, who had been blasted away, returned again. He blasted out a punch and directly blasted a big hole in the heavenly cycle stellar formation. Chapter 4460. Mo Yuan came from the Origin sect, one of the 10 great heavenly sects of the primal beginning realm. He was a monster who had once cultivated to the supremacy level, but then severed his own cultivation and cultivated from the beginning again. He had only recultivated for 1,000 years and had once again reached the supremacy realm. Moreover, after recultivating, his foundation was incomparably stable. He had cultivated to the extreme in every realm. Therefore, after recultivating, he was an invincible existence in every realm. He could defeat all opponents of the same realm, and he could even challenge experts of higher realms. The primal beginning realm was the ancestral realm of cultivation. With the primal beginning realm as the center, the myriad worlds that were derived from it all used cultivation as the foundation. And the primal beginning realm was the primal world of cultivation. Here, if one cultivated to the extreme, one could also become an extreme supreme. Whether it was the creatures of the primal beginning realm or the primal beginning realm, when they cultivated to the extreme, they reached the same goal. The only difference was that the cultivation realm at the beginning was different. In the primal beginning realm, the origin heavenly art of the Origin sect was definitely one of the top heavenly arts of the primal beginning realm. Mo Yuan had recultivated 2 lives and had long since cultivated the origin heavenly art to the extreme. There was no path ahead of him. Only by continuing on his own path and stepping out on his own path could he break through the shackles and become a supreme expert. Mo Yuan's ambition was higher than the sky. He wanted to surpass his predecessors and become an existence comparable to the primal beginning lord. There was a great opportunity in the immortal mansion world. When Mo Yuan heard the news, he naturally couldn't sit still. Rumble, the heavenly cycle stellar formation was spinning wildly. Mo Yuan, trapped in the formation, rushed left and right. No matter where he rushed to, there were billions of stars smashing towards him. This was a star field formed by the extremely vast power of the stars. Even someone as strong as Mo Yuan was forced back by the endless stars. No way, even a monster like Mo Yuan is going to be defeated. How can these guys be so powerful? Impossible. In the myriad worlds, only our primal beginning realm is the beginning of all worlds. We are invincible. A supreme from the primal beginning realm exclaimed. Could the legend be true? What legend? You're too young. There's an ancient legend in the primal beginning realm. It said that in ancient times, a peerless genius appeared in the lower worlds. This peerless genius killed his way into the primal beginning realm and defeated all the divine sons and saintesses. He even became a sovereign and was almost invincible in the entire primal beginning realm. What happened to that peerless genius? That person is too arrogant. He actually went to challenge the master of the grand beginning realm, and then, there was no then. All the supreme beings of the primordial realm fell silent. The master of the primordial realm was a legendary existence. Who knew how long it had been since he had appeared? It was a taboo existence. Could it be that another heaven-defying existence has appeared in the lower realms these past few years? The paragon of the primordial beginning realm was shocked. No one had thought that this lower realm was not a lower realm centered around the grand beginning realm. This guy is interesting. Under the protection of the shooting sun supremacy and the black wind supremacy, Jiyu Ling left the battlefield. Even Qin Yarrow and the little fatty were able to watch the battle from the sidelines under the protection of the shooting sun supremacy and the black wind supremacy. The figures of Jiang Chen and Yi Lingtian also appeared in the distance. The items they carried were no small matter, especially Yi Lingtian, who could even ignore the pressure of a supreme being. Jiang Chen's body was shrouded in divine light, and his ultimate emperor aura was vast and mighty, directly blocking the earth-shattering pressure of the supreme beings. Yi Lingtian's body was also activated, and he could even block the pressure of a supreme being. In front of those supreme beings, Jiangechen and Yi Lingtian were just two little ants. So what if they had secret treasures to protect themselves? They didn't take them seriously at all. Sister, are you talking about Senior Xingchen or Mo Yuan? Qin Yao asked with a smile. Of course I'm talking about Mo Yuan. His heavenly technique is quite interesting, Jiyu Ling said. She was Jiyu Fei's daughter, so her knowledge was naturally extraordinary. Mo Yuan's heavenly art of returning yuan could actually devour the opponent's power to strengthen himself, which moved her a little. This is somewhat similar to the secret art of returning yuan, one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path. The secret art of returning yuan refines all the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into its most primitive state, then devours and absorbs it. I didn't expect this person's cultivation technique to have such power. Jiyu Ling thought. Hihi, young master, when Boss Xingchen captures that person, won't you be able to obtain this cultivation technique? The Black Wind Supremacy said flatteringly. That's right. This guy's cultivation technique is definitely top-notch. If you use it as a reference, perhaps it can help you take that step and become an extreme supreme being. The Shooting Sun Supremacy said very seriously. It won't be easy for your boss Xingchen to defeat that guy. There was an inexplicable divine light in Qin Yao's eyes. This was a mystique that could see through all illusions, and it pointed directly to the origin of all things in the world. I didn't expect fellow Daoist Qin to have cultivated the heavenly eye. The Black Wind Supremacy said with a smile. They were supremacies, and they only recognized Jiyu Fei as their master. Jiyu Ling and Yang could be considered as their masters. However, even if it was Jiyu Fei's personal disciple, they would only address him as fellow Daoist, let alone Qin Yao. One must know that they were all extreme supreme beings, existences that stood at the peak of the universe. They also had their pride, the pride of being an extreme supreme being. An extreme inheritance naturally has its own reasons. With our cultivation, we can also create a mystique like the heavenly divine eyes. The Shooting Sun Supremacy said. Haha, that's true. The Black Wind Supremacy laughed. However, Daoist Qin is right. It won't be easy for Boss Xingchen to defeat that guy. If he fails miserably, we'll have to run for our lives. The Shooting Sun Supremacy said as he glanced at Jiyu Ling. Jiyu Ling didn't say anything, and just looked at the battle in front of him. At this moment, the Stellar Beast Supremacy merged with the massive Heavenly Cycle Stellar Formation, causing the massive Heavenly Cycle Stellar Formation to instantly gain a soul, and its power increased by several times. Rumble, the massive Heavenly Cycle Stellar Formation directly propped up a world, trapping Mo Yuan in the Heavenly Cycle Stellar World. At this time, Mo Yuan was like an ancient behemoth in the Heavenly Cycle Stellar World, colliding with the entire Heavenly Cycle Stellar World and shaking violently. Countless stars exploded in the Heavenly Cycle Stellar World, and the destructive power emitted by the explosion of the star power obliterated a lot of Mo Yuan's Dao power of returning to origin. Outrageous. Do you really want to force me to fight with my life on the line? Mo Yuan was shocked. This guy was really a good opponent. If he met such an opponent elsewhere, he would naturally be very happy. It was hard to find an opponent, but now was really not the time. That ancient palace definitely had something he wanted. Die. Chapter 4461. In the chaos rift between the Heaven Realm and the Primal Beginning Realm, an immortal mansion that was countless times larger than a mountain floated in the sky. This was the famous Chaos Immortal Mansion in the Primal Beginning Realm. Every time it appeared, it would only appear in the chaos rift between the Primal Beginning Realm and other worlds. Every time it appeared, there would be a storm of blood. Countless experts of the Primal Beginning Realm had fallen in the Immortal Mansion. Of course, apart from the Primal Beginning Realm, the world that was temporarily connected to the Primal Beginning Realm due to the appearance of the Chaos Immortal Mansion would often become the hunting ground of the divine sons and saintesses. This was too tragic. The Primeval world was the source of all worlds. Compared to other worlds, it was naturally like the difference between heaven and earth. Usually, a single godchild of the Primeval world could sweep through a world and kill all the strongest cultivators there. However, this time, the divine sons and saintesses of the primal beginning realm had kicked an iron plate. Apart from the 10 great sects, there were also other sacred grounds and divine sects. There were many divine sons and saintesses in the primal beginning realm. Some divine sons directly entered the heaven realm to challenge the experts there. Where is Di Jyotian? Where is Jiu Fei? Where is the demon lord? Are they all dead? In the heaven realm, in the largest divine city in the central heaven region, someone built a 3,000 jong tall arena and declared that he wanted to challenge the strongest person in the heaven realm. At that moment, a purple-robed young man was standing on top of an old cultivator, flaunting his prowess towards the countless cultivators below the stage. Preposterous. This guy is too arrogant. This divine son from the primal beginning realm is actually so strong. What should we do? The crowd below the arena was turbulent. They all stared angrily at the bullshit divine son called Tai Chen on the arena. During this period of time, the primal beginning realm was nothing new to the cultivators of the heaven realm and the human realm. However, the divine sons and saintesses from the primal beginning realm were extremely annoying. They were all so arrogant that they thought they were invincible. Now, they even dared to set up an arena in the various regions of the heaven realm and challenge the various experts of the heaven realm. They even called out the names of Di Jyotian and Jiu Fei. These people were simply too arrogant and ignorant. Forget about Di Jyotian. Who was that Jiu Fei? He was an existence that even the great ominous being, Shen Huang, had to kneel before. Furthermore, Di Jyotian had become the disciple of Jiu Fei. He was Jiu Fei's disciple. Even Senior Zhu of the Celestial City was defeated. Who else in the Celestial City can be a match for this bastard? Below the arena, countless cultivators were furious. Scram! Godchild Tai Chen directly kicked the old man off the stage. You've gone too far. Someone caught the old man and inspected him. This old man's life's true essence had been scattered. This was the same as crippling this old man's cultivation. An early-stage quasi-venerable realm expert was actually defeated so thoroughly, and even crippled. Is this too much? You ants, even if I kill all of you, it's not a big deal. The godchild called Tai Chen said arrogantly. What? The countless cultivators below the stage were all incomparably furious, but they were powerless to do anything, because the opponent's cultivation was there for all to see. Even the great expert of the Celestial City, Mr. Zhu, was defeated. That was a hidden expert at the early stage of the quasi-supreme realm. In the heaven realm, if the supremes didn't appear, the quasi-supremes were the strongest existences. Although this godchild Tai Chen was annoying, his cultivation was incomparably powerful. He hadn't reached the extreme Dao realm, but he was practically invincible in the same realm. This was because the number of quasi-supreme realm experts that had been defeated by the hands of godchild Tai Chen was not just 1 or 2. The 3 quasi-supreme realm experts in the Celestial City had all been defeated, and all of them had been thoroughly defeated. Unless they invited those quasi-supreme realm experts to come out, they might be able to fight against this godchild Tai Chen from the primal beginning realm. Otherwise, no one would be able to threaten these guys. The arena in the Celestial City had already been set up for more than 10 days, attracting countless cultivators to flock to the Celestial City. However, in these past 10 days, godchild Tai Chen had defeated countless experts who came to challenge him. Those experts who stepped onto the stage all ended up in a miserable state. If they weren't directly beaten to death, their cultivation would be crippled, and they would become crippled. Godchild Tai Chen was too ruthless, and offended all the powers in the Celestial City. Many powers used various channels to contact quasi-supreme realm experts to come to the Celestial City. These fellows were simply too arrogant, too hateful. However, the current situation in the heaven realm was not very optimistic, because the appearance of the primal chaos immortal palace had caused countless experts in the primal beginning realm to go crazy, and even countless experts in the heaven realm were extremely jealous. In the current heaven realm, most of the existences above the saint level had gone to the primal chaos rift, and there were very few experts left. Go to the human world and invite the experts of the Jiang family. MN. Also send someone to the demon clan's ancestral land and invite a demon ancestor. I want to see how long these fellows can be arrogant for. He, I heard that Gu Fei is in closed-door training in the demon clan's ancestral land. What kind of bullshit godchild is that? That fierce person can kill a large number of them with a single slap. Who is that Gu Fei? On the stage, godchild Tai Chen said. A middle-aged man in embroidered clothes standing beside him hurriedly said, reporting to Lord Godchild, that is a peerless, ruthless person in our heaven realm. Even the great calamity Mysterious Yellow was subdued by him. Oh, so you're saying that this Gu Fei is the strongest existence in the heaven realm? A ray of light flashed past the depths of Godchild Taichen's eyes. You can say that. The middle-aged man in embroidered clothes nodded and bowed, looking like a servant. These traitors of the Yuan family actually sided with these outsiders and helped them bully us. Damn it. Someone stared fiercely at the middle-aged man in embroidered clothes beside Godchild Tai Chen. The Yuan family of Heaven Emperor City was one of the three great powers of Heaven Emperor City. The patriarch of the Yuan family chose to side with Godchild Tai Chen after he arrived. The stage of Godchild Tai Chen was built with the help of the Yuan family. Yuan Tian, that old dog, I want to kill him. Countless cultivators below the stage stared angrily at the person beside Godchild Tai Chen. All right, I'll wait for him for 3 days. If this guy called Gu Fei doesn't come within 3 days, I'll feed everyone in Heaven Emperor City to my pet. Godchild Tai Chen coldly swept his gaze across the countless cultivators below the stage. At this time, a golden lion with a pair of wings on its back roared. Although its voice wasn't loud, it directly shook the countless cultivators below the stage to the point of staggering. Some of the weaker cultivators even had their ears bleeding from the sound wave. This. Chapter 4462. The godsons and saintesses of the great sects and holy lands swept through the heaven realm and defeated all the experts of the heaven realm. No one could contend against them. The godsons and saintesses even set up arenas in various parts of the heaven realm to challenge the quasi-sovereigns of the heaven realm. And in the central region of the heaven realm, in the celestial city, Godchild Tai Chen set up an arena. In the past few days, he had defeated countless quasi-sovereigns of the heaven realm and even the human realm. Godchild Tai Chen's might shook the world. He actually used his own strength to suppress countless experts of the heaven realm to lower their heads. He looked down on the world and did not place the countless experts of the heaven realm in his eyes. He even challenged Di Jotian, the demon lord, and Gu Fei by name. However, just as Godchild Tai Chen was being arrogant, Gu Fei had already entered the primal beginning realm and arrived at the southern region of the primal beginning realm. This was the territory of the Crimson Firmament School. In a forest about 50 kilometers away from the mountain gate of the Crimson Firmament School, a white-clothed girl was being chased by a dozen black-clothed men. Obediently surrender, or else we'll kill you without mercy. The middle-aged expert in the lead of the dozen or so black-clothed men stared at the white-clothed girl and said coldly, "TMPH, the Crimson Firmament School and the Black Fiend Lake are mortal enemies. In the Crimson Firmament School, there are only disciples who die in battle. There are no cowards who surrender." The white-clothed girl gritted her teeth and said, "Whoosh." A blade light flashed, and blood immediately splattered from her left shoulder, dyeing her white clothes red. She groaned, and with a backhand slash, she sent a blade light flying, and directly rushed forward. As long as she rushed back to the sect, she would be able to live. It's just a struggle before death. After today, there will be no more Crimson Firmament School in this world. The black-clothed middle-aged man stared at the white-clothed girl and said, "What did you say?" The white-clothed girl was shocked, and was almost struck by the blade light that came from behind. It seemed like the Black Fiend Lake was planning to destroy the Crimson Firmament School this time. The white-clothed girl couldn't help but feel anxious when she thought of this. She had to rush back to the Crimson Firmament School as soon as possible. On a mountain 100 miles away, Gu Fei looked at the scene in front of him with an expressionless face. Suddenly, he thought of something and disappeared from the mountain. When he appeared again, he was already beside a heavily injured and dying young man in green clothes. This azure-clothed youth was only 15 or 16 years old. He was lying on a pile of rocks at the bottom of a cliff. Earlier, he had been chased by the black-clothed men. His body had been pierced by 9 blades and he had fallen from the cliff. The azure-robed youth was only at the soul formation realm. In the southern region of the primal beginning realm, there were countless soul formation cultivators. A 16-year-old soul formation cultivator could only be said to be very ordinary. The azure-clothed youth looked at Ji Yufei with sparkling eyes. With just a glance, Ji Yufei knew that this green-robed youth would not be able to live. There were 3 penetrating saber wounds on his chest and abdomen. These were not fatal. What was fatal was that there was a bloodstain between his eyebrows. It was obvious that he had been injured by the saber chi and his soul had been severed. As he looked at the azure-clothed youth who was about to die completely, a thought suddenly appeared in his mind. "If you have any wishes, you can tell me," Ji Yufei said to the azure-clothed youth. Save. Junior sister." An extremely weak wave of spiritual will emanated from the body of the azure-robed youth. "Is that all?" Ji Yufei asked. Yes, the azure-clothed youth did not die and continued to send out his will. "I can save her, but I want your physical body." Ji Yufei stared at the azure-clothed youth and said, "Deal." The azure-clothed youth agreed. As long as he could save his junior sister, he would even commit suicide, let alone his physical body. Of course, he did not need to commit suicide. Ji Yufei did not say anything else. He directly turned into a ray of divine light and rushed into the azure-clothed youth's body. In the next moment, he directly read the azure-clothed youth's will and learned everything about him. This azure-clothed youth was called Chu Shaoyun. He was the 7th disciple of the Crimson Firmament sect master. His cultivation level was average, so his master did not like him. The other senior brothers also looked down on him. Only his junior sister, Zhao Qianqian, had a special relationship with him. Although he liked his junior sister, he did not have the guts to confess. This was because he felt very inferior in front of his junior sister. He felt that he was not worthy of her. This was because his junior sister was the beloved daughter of the sect master. This time, Chu Shaoyun and Zhao Qianqian had left the mountain to train, but they had accidentally encountered the conspiracy of the Black Demon Lake. The Black Demon Lake had actually colluded with the Demon Refinement Mountain to destroy the Crimson Firmament sect. Therefore, the experts of the Black Demon Lake had chased after Chu Shaoyun and Zhao Qianqian. The Crimson Firmament sect was just an inconspicuous small sect among the countless sects in the primordial realm. The strongest sect master in the sect was only at the Dao integration realm. He was not even an immortal. Compared to the top sects with extreme Dao supremacies, the Crimson Firmament sect was not even a shrimp. At best, it was just a sesame seed. After Ji Yufei came to the primordial realm, he had been greatly suppressed by this world because the Dao he cultivated did not come from this world. He wanted to cultivate here and comprehend the Dao of heaven and earth here. However, he needed an identity, so he helped Chu Shaoyun. At that moment, the wounds on Chu Shaoyun's body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. All the injuries on his body were rapidly recovering. As for Ji Yufei, he had completely sealed his extreme Dao level power into Chu Shaoyun's body. His entire body was in a state similar to a deep slumber. He separated a strand of his spiritual force and entered Chu Shaoyun's body. At that moment, he was Chu Shaoyun. As his cultivation improved, Ji Yufei's power would be unearthed like a treasure. The primordial realm's Dao of heaven and earth was grand and ancient. It was not inferior to the ancestral realm. He wanted to cultivate the primordial realm's cultivation technique here, comprehend the Dao laws of the primordial realm, and become an expert of this realm. He wanted to use the Dao laws of this world to perfect his own Dao. This was equivalent to him cultivating here again. He would start from a small cultivator at the bottom and then become the supreme expert of this world. This time, he wanted to lay an incomparably solid foundation. Only then would he make the ultimate leap and become an eternal supreme existence. He did not want to be flawed. He wanted to be the most perfect and become the strongest existence in this world. Soon, Ji Yufei healed Chu Shaoyun's injured body. "Since I promised you that I would save your junior sister, I naturally won't go back on my word." After saying that, Ji Yufei directly soared into the sky from the bottom of the cliff and rushed toward the mountains 5 kilometers away. In order to save Junior Sister's life, even though he knew he would die in battle, he still blocked the experts of the Black Fiend Lake without hesitation. Yukuan, does your Black Fiend Lake really want to die with my Scarlet Firmament School? Zhao Qianqian roared. At this moment, she had already been surrounded by the experts of the Black Fiend Lake. At this moment, no one would risk their lives against these people for her. Hehe, you're really stupid. Since we dare to attack, we have absolute confidence in destroying the Scarlet Firmament School. The leader of the Black Fiend Lakes group sneered. Elder Yu, this girl is someone our Demon Refinement Mountain's young master wants. Don't actually harm her life. Right at this moment, a sarcastic voice resounded, and then a thin and small green-clothed old servant walked out from the forest. Demon Refinement Mountain's young master Bowtie? Hearing the old servant's words, Zhao Qianqian's expression instantly changed. Demon Refinement Mountain's young master Bowtie was not a good person. This person was lustful. If she fell into his hands, it would be extremely tragic. Zhao Qianqian was already prepared to die. She would rather commit suicide than fall into the hands of Demon Refinement Mountain's young master Bowtie. Haha, since young master Bo has his eyes on this girl, we naturally don't dare to kill her. We'll capture her and bring her to young master. Yukuan laughed. That's great. The old servant in azure smiled and nodded. You bastards, Zhao Qianqian trembled with anger. She was only in the divine transformation realm. It was too difficult for her to escape from Yukuan's hands. One should know that Yukuan was an elder of the Black Fiend Lake. His cultivation had already reached the half-step void transformation realm. If she did not have a few protective treasures that her father gave her, she would have been captured by these people a long time ago. Be obedient and follow me to see my young master, the old servant in azure said coldly. Don't even think about it. Even if I die, I won't go see that demon. Zhao Qianqian gritted her teeth and was about to self-destruct her divine transformation realm origin. However, at this moment, the old servant in azure made his move. He pointed a finger and directly sealed Zhao Qianqian's power, turning her from a divine transformation realm cultivator to an ordinary person. Void transformation? Yukuan could not help but be shocked when he saw this. He never thought that this inconspicuous old servant in azure would be an expert of the void transformation realm. Hehe, before my young master allows it, you won't be able to die even if you want to. The old servant in azure smiled and stared at Zhao Qianqian. He had to admit that Zhao Qianqian was indeed extremely beautiful. His young master had good taste. Zhao Qianqian almost fainted from anger. Come here. The old servant in azure said as he stretched out his right hand and directly grabbed Zhao Qianqian. Take back your dog paw. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the sky. In the next moment, a figure descended from the sky and directly landed between the old servant in azure and Zhao Qianqian. The old servant in azure exclaimed and immediately retracted his right hand. He took a few steps back and stared at the person in front of him in shock. When Zhao Qianqian saw this person, she immediately became extremely excited. It's you. Didn't you fall off the cliff and die? Yukuan looked at this person in disbelief. This person was Ji Yufei, but in the eyes of Zhao Qianqian and Yukuan, he was Chu Xiaoyun. Senior brother Chu, it's great that you're fine. Zhao Qianqian was surprised and happy. She thought that Chu Xiaoyun had died in battle and felt very guilty because Chu Xiaoyun had died in battle to help her stall the enemy. Now that Chu Xiaoyun was not dead, she did not need to feel guilty anymore. Brat, since you're not dead, you should have run far away. I didn't expect you to come here to die, so we can only kill you again. Chapter 4463. The primal beginning world was the same as the ancestral world. It was the source of all worlds. With the primal beginning world as the center, it gave birth to other worlds. However, unlike the primogenitor's realm, the primogenitor realm focused on cultivation. As the primogenitor's land of cultivation, the primogenitor realm had the most complete cultivation system. In the primordial beginning realm, the cultivation realms below the immortal spirit realm could be divided into Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, soul formation, void reversal, Tao integration, and tribulation passing. Above the immortal god realm were the human immortal realm, the earth immortal realm, the heaven immortal realm, the profound immortal realm, the golden immortal realm, the immortal king realm, the immortal emperor realm, the immortal paragon realm, and the extreme Tao saint immortal realm. The divine princes and saints of the top forces in the primordial beginning world were at least immortal venerables. In the heaven realm, they were saint venerables. A few of the divine princes had even broken through to the quasi-extreme Tao saint immortal realm. In the heaven realm, they were quasi-supremes. After reading the Crimson Firmament Gate disciple Chu Shaoyun's divine sense, Ji Yufei had a certain understanding of the primal beginning realm. Now, he had completely sealed his strength, only restoring Chu Shaoyun's body's cultivation and battle strength. Too weak. Ji Yufei stood in the void and sensed this body. According to the cultivation system of the primordial beginning realm, his current cultivation realm was the early stage soul formation. As the seventh disciple of the Scarlet Firmament School, Chu Shaoyun's cultivation could only be considered ordinary. At this moment, a cry of surprise came from the mountain ridge ahead. Ji Yufei was startled. That should be Chu Shaoyun's junior sister. This Chu Shaoyun had lost his life for nothing, but he still couldn't let his junior sister successfully escape from the Black Demon Lake. This guy seems to have a crush on his junior sister. Ji Yufei shook his head. This Chu Shaoyun's obsession was too strong. He actually had the urge to make a move. His divine sense had completely dissipated, but his body could still react. It could only be said that Chu Shaoyun cared too much about his junior apprentice sister. Unfortunately, he was only borrowing Chu Shaoyun's body. The current Chu Shaoyun was no longer the original Chu Shaoyun. Since I promised you that I would save her, I will not go back on my word. After saying that, Ji Yufei transformed into a sword light and rushed forward. When he arrived in the sky above this mountain ridge, he just happened to see an old servant in green attacking a girl in white. This is Chu Shaoyun, who is also my current junior sister. Ji Yufei had to admit that this girl in white was really beautiful. Although she was young, she had an extraordinary temperament. In layman's terms, she was a cold goddess. He never thought that Chu Shaoyun would like this kind of girl. It seems like this girl might not like Chu Shaoyun as well. This fellow only had unrequited love for her. Otherwise, this junior apprentice sister would not have sent Chu Shaoyun to his death and then escaped by herself. Seeing that Zhao Qianqian was about to be taken away by the old servant, Ji Yufei rushed down. Ha ha! Little fellow, are you a hero saving a damsel in distress? Elder Yukuan of the Black Fiend Lake said contemptuously. This guy didn't die even after we knocked him off the cliff. He's really lucky. An expert from the Black Fiend Lake stared at Ji Yufei with a murderous look in his eyes. He survived, but he didn't run away. Instead, he wants to save her. He's overestimating himself. This guy is really too stupid. Since he's here to die, let's fulfill his wish. The experts from the Black Fiend Lake mocked him. Ji Yufei didn't say anything. He looked at the old servant in green with an indifferent expression. This old servant was actually a defying void realm cultivator. The difference between the void defying and soul formation realms was too big. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. In everyone's eyes, this difference was almost insurmountable. However, it was rumored that some divine sons and saintesses cultivated by top forces were very heaven-defying. They could challenge void-defying cultivators when they were in the soul formation realm. However, they were still rare existences. But now, the old servant in green stared at Ji Yufei with a trace of fear in the depths of his eyes. Was this the little fellow who pushed him back just now? How was this possible? Chu Shaoyun, this time, I will destroy your body and soul. Yukuan waved his hand with a sinister smile. The surrounding men in black immediately closed in on Ji Yufei and Zhao Qianqian. These guys still think I'm that Chu Shaoyun? Ji Yufei laughed inwardly. However, in the eyes of others, he was Chu Shaoyun. There was nothing wrong with that. Senior Chu, what should we do? Zhao Qianqian was anxious. She was the daughter of the sect master and had a bright future. She would soon enter the Five Elements sect and soar into the sky. She did not want to die here. The Scarlet Firmament sect was just a small sect in the southern region of the primal beginning world. Above the Scarlet Firmament sect was the Five Elements sect, which ruled a region. The Five Elements sect was one of the 8 great sects under the Five Elements Heavenly sect. The Five Elements Heavenly sect was one of the 10 strongest heavenly sects in the primal beginning realm. If one could enter the Five Elements sect, they would have a chance to enter the Five Elements Heavenly sect and become a successor. The status of a successor of a heavenly sect was very high. Even a last-generation disciple of a heavenly sect could be on equal footing with the sect master of the Crimson Firmament sect and the sect master of the Five Elements sect. Zhao Qianqian's ambition was higher than the sky. Her goal was to become a disciple of the Five Elements Heavenly sect. Ji Yufei did not say anything. He only smiled. He did not take these guys seriously at all. Kill. One of the men in black attacked. He waved his right hand and a cold light flew towards Ji Yufei. Like a snake, it was about to wrap around Ji Yufei's neck. With a single glance, Ji Yufei could tell that the cold light was a whip full of barbs. If one were to be coiled around the neck and struck by the whip, one's head would be detached from their body. At this moment, Ji Yufei opened his mouth and spat out a sword orb the size of a thumb. The sword orb directly collided with the silver whip and knocked it away. What? The man in black was shocked. At this moment, the sword orb suddenly extended. With a flash of sword light, the head of the man in black flew up. In the next moment, the head of the man in black exploded. A primordial spirit rushed out and tried to escape. However, with another flash of sword light, the primordial spirit that was trying to escape was split in half and dissipated in the void. Everyone was shocked by this scene. No one thought that Chu Xiaoyun would be this powerful. It had to be known that Chu Xiaoyun had just been knocked off the cliff by them. How is this possible? Yu Kuan stared at Ji Yufei and his pupils shrank. In his eyes, Chu Xiaoyun seemed to be different from before. The Chu Xiaoyun from before did not have the bearing of looking down on the world. Moreover, Chu Xiaoyun's attacks were clean and neat. His use of power had reached the peak. He was actually able to kill a disciple of the Black Spirit Lake of the same level as him with his cultivation at the early stage of the divine transformation realm. Brother Chu, Zhao Qianqian was also shocked. She stared at Ji Yufei in a daze. How dare you? Let's attack together and kill him. Yu Kuan was furious. His subordinates were all elites of the Black Spirit Lake. There were not many Divine Transformation Realm disciples in the entire Black Spirit Lake. Only Divine Transformation Realm disciples were the core disciples of the Black Spirit Lake. A total of 13 Divine Transformation Realm men in black attacked Ji Yufei. 13 Divine Transformation Realm magic treasures shot towards Ji Yufei. Among these magic treasures, there were bells, cauldrons, swords, spears, and even a black mountain that came crashing down towards Ji Yufei. The power of these 13 magic treasures was very strong. It enveloped a radius of several hundred feet. Not to mention Chu Xiaoyun, who was at the early stage of the Divine Transformation Realm, even someone at the peak of the Divine Transformation Realm would be killed. However, the sword light in the void flashed like cold lightning. Every time it flashed, a Divine Transformation Realm magic treasure would be split in half or directly pierced through. In just an instant, the 13 Divine Transformation Realm magic treasures were all destroyed by the sword light. They lost their spirituality and became scrap metal. The 13 Divine Transformation Realm experts all vomited blood and retreated in defeat. Yu Kuan's old face flushed red. How was this possible? A little guy at the early stage of the soul formation stage was nothing more than an ant in his eyes. How could he destroy 13 soul formation stage artifacts and defeat 13 soul formation stage cultivators with a single strike? Impossible. Who are you? You can't be Chu Xiaoyun. Yu Kuan roared at Ji Yufei. The Black Spirit Lake and the Demon Refinement Mountain teamed up to destroy the Crimson Firmament School. Yu Kuan and the other higher-ups of the Black Spirit Lake naturally wanted to thoroughly understand the Crimson Firmament School before they dared to act. This Chu Xiaoyun was only the 7th disciple of the Crimson Firmament School's sect master. His cultivation and physique were ordinary. His cultivation and battle power were not even comparable to his little junior sister. But now, this Chu Xiaoyun had defeated 13 cultivators of the same level with one sword. This was too unbelievable. If I'm not Chu Xiaoyun, who is Chu Xiaoyun? Ji Yufei indifferently looked at Yu Kuan, who was about to go crazy. He was Ji Yufei and also Chu Xiaoyun. Ji Yufei's battle experience was plentiful and he was at the extreme Dao realm. He could see through his opponent's weaknesses with a single glance and strike at their weakest point, breaking through their defenses and directly destroying their magical artifacts. A divine transformation realm cultivator's magic treasure was their life magic treasure. It was closely related to them. Once it was destroyed, they would also suffer a great impact. Senior brother Chu. This. Zhao Qianqian was also dumbfounded. She thought that she would not be able to escape this time and would die here. She didn't expect her senior brother Chu to suddenly become so powerful. Could it be that he had a breakthrough in the midst of a life and death battle? Moreover, senior brother Chu used the Crimson Firmament School's ultimate skill, the Crimson Firmament Sword technique. This kind of core inheritance is not taught to only true disciples. Senior brother Chu has actually cultivated it to the realm where his sword is like lightning. Zhao Qianqian's heart was in turmoil. Chapter 4464. Ji Yufei had entered the body of the Crimson Firmament sect's seventh disciple, Chu Xiaoyun. The current Chu Xiaoyun was no longer the Chu Xiaoyun from before. In Zhao Qianqian's eyes, Chu Xiaoyun had destroyed the magic tools of 13 divine transformation realm cultivators with a single strike. This kind of combat power was absolutely heaven-defying. In fact, Ji Yufei's use of power had already reached the realm of perfection. He was almost invincible among those of the same level. You deserve to die. At this moment, the elder of the Black Spirit Lake, Yu Kuan, was about to go crazy. Those were 13 core disciples of the divine transformation realm, but they were defeated so quickly and so miserably. One should know that the magic tools of the divine transformation realm cultivators were closely related to the cultivator themselves. When the magic tool was destroyed, the owner of the magic tool would also suffer a great impact. You're the one who deserves to die. Ji Yufei stood with his hands behind his back. The sword light circled around him, emitting a powerful sword qi. Under the impact of the cold sword qi, the surrounding temperature dropped rapidly. I'm going to cut you into pieces and suppress your soul in the fire of the underworld for 1,000 years. As Yu Kuan spoke, he directly grabbed at Ji Yufei. An ancient rune appeared in his palm. In the next moment, a vortex appeared in his palm and swallowed everything in its path. Senior brother, be careful. Zhao Qianqian shouted anxiously. Before Ji Yufei could say anything, he felt a surge of energy descend from the sky. Following that, a surge of energy enveloped him. Then, he was involuntarily sent flying towards Yu Kuan. Yu Kuan was a powerful cultivator of the defection realm, a whole realm higher than Chu Xiaoyun. It was easy for an defection realm cultivator to kill a divine transformation realm cultivator. Sky-piercing sword. Without saying anything, Ji Yufei directly used the Crimson Firmament sect's ultimate move, the Crimson Firmament Sword technique. He was Chu Xiaoyun now, so he naturally had to use the sect's ultimate move. This seemed like an ordinary strike, but with a flash of sword light, blood appeared and Yu Kuan's head flew into the air. How is this possible? Everyone who witnessed this scene felt incredulous. One should know that Yu Kuan was a powerhouse with the cultivation of the emptiness realm. With just a single slash, this Chu Xiaoyun had actually killed Yu Kuan, the Black Demon Lake's elder, with a single slash. This kind of sword strength was too terrifying. At this moment, the green-robed old servant suddenly turned around and fled. You think you can leave? Ji Yufei's figure disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already above the green-clothed old servant's head, stomping down on him. Rumble, as Ji Yufei's foot landed, the entire world trembled. Bam! With a muffled sound, the green-clothed old servant was stomped down from the sky by Ji Yufei. Boom! The green-robed old servant smashed a large hole in the ground. What demon refinement mountain? They are just a bunch of ants. Ji Yufei said disdainfully. What did you say? At this moment, The azure-clothed old servant rushed out of the pit. However, what awaited him was a fist that suddenly flew towards him. Bam! Crack! Ji Fei's punch landed squarely on the green-clothed old servant's nose, breaking the bridge of his nose. In the next moment, blood flowed from his nose. Concentrated sounds of collisions could be heard. Ji Fei's fists fell on the green-clothed old servant's body like raindrops. The green-clothed old servant did not even have the strength to fight back. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. An Emptiness Realm cultivator had actually defeated an Emptiness Realm cultivator. Before this, whether it was Zhao Qianqian or the men in black, they had never seen such a monstrous existence. I will send you on your way. Ji Fei no longer held back. He clenched his right hand and directly punched. This punch could not be any more ordinary. It was the black tiger steals the heart. Bam! Ji Fei's fist directly landed on the green-clothed old servant's chest. In the next moment, the sound of bones breaking could be heard from inside his body. Then, his entire body was shaken into a cloud of blood mist. The green-clothed old servant's primordial spirit could not even escape. It was shattered by Ji Fei's punch in the air. Is this person really Senior Chu? Zhao Qianqian's heart was in turmoil. She never thought that Chu Xiaoyun, who was always bullied by his peers, would have such heaven-defying combat power. At this moment, Chu Xiaoyun was so unfamiliar in her eyes. Run! The 13 Emptiness Realm disciples of the Black Spirit Lake who were injured by Ji Fei quickly turned around and ran. This monster had actually killed Yu Kuan and the green-clothed old servant. This was simply heaven-piercing. These men in black were already scared out of their wits. They did not dare to fight against Ji Fei at all. Die! Ji Fei did not show any mercy. He directly used the Imperial Sword technique. His sword light was like a dragon. Wherever it passed, there was a temporary crack in the space. One by one, the black-clothed disciples of the Black Spirit Lake were all killed by Ji Fei's sword light. Not a single one was left alive. Roar! At this moment, a long roar suddenly came from the direction of the Scarlet Heaven Gate. The sound was so earth-shattering that all the birds and beasts in the mountain ran for their lives. They've started. Ji Fei was shocked. He knew that the Black Spirit Lake and the Demon Refining Mountain had joined hands to attack the Scarlet Heaven Gate, but he did not think that these two forces would make a move so quickly. The Scarlet Firmament sect was only a small sect, but its territory wasn't small. In the Scarlet Firmament mountain range, there were two other forces. One was the Black Evil Lake and the other was the Demon Refining Mountain. These two forces plotted to destroy the Scarlet Firmament Gate and then divide up the Scarlet Firmament Gate's territory. At this time, the Scarlet Heaven Gate's protective array had been activated, and all the disciples had retreated into the array. Ha ha! Zhao Jianyu, you're the dignified sect leader of the Scarlet Heaven Gate, but you're actually a coward. In the sky, there was a mighty black aura, and a demonic shadow appeared in the rolling demonic aura. A terrifying aura spread for several miles. On the square in front of the Scarlet Heaven Gate's main hall stood at least 1,000 cultivators. Among these cultivators, there were even powerhouses of the void-defying realm. A feathered beast dares to be presumptuous here? In front of the Scarlet Heaven Gate's main hall, a middle-aged man looked up into the sky. In the demonic aura, the figure gradually became clear. It was a woman in embroidered clothes. This woman's body was constantly emitting a monstrous demonic aura. This kind of aura made people upset. What did you say? The woman in embroidered clothes in the sky could not help but be furious when she heard Zhao Jianyu's words. In the next moment, her body shook, and then, rays of demonic light rushed out from her body. They turned into extremely sharp sword lights and blasted towards the Scarlet Heaven Gate's main hall below. The powerful power of the Dao integration realm erupted from the woman in embroidered clothes. This woman with monstrous demonic aura was actually an expert of the Dao integration realm. Kill. The sect leader of the Scarlet Heaven Gate, Zhao Jianyu, directly opened his mouth and spat out a divine sword. He held the divine sword and then slashed at the woman in the sky with all his might. The countless sword lights that descended from the sky were all blocked by the Scarlet Heaven Gate's protective array. However, The sword that slashed out from the Scarlet Heaven Gate was not blocked at all. In an instant, it broke through the layers of demonic aura and slashed in front of the woman. What? The woman's shock was no small matter. Swoosh! The woman immediately retreated, but she was still a little too slow. The sword light slashed past her side, and a few strands of her hair floated down from the sky. The expert of the Demon Refinement Mountain was injured, and a bloodstain appeared on his shoulder. Zhao Jianyu, you're really good. The woman gritted her teeth and said fiercely. Rumble. Right at this moment, an extremely shocking sound came from the sky. Zhao Jianyu looked up and couldn't help but be shocked. He saw a huge mountain falling from the sky and crushing down on the mountain where the hall of the Scarlet Heaven Gate was located. The giant mountain burst out with terrifying demonic power. The Dharma treasure of the Demon Refinement Mountain? Zhao Jianyu's voice changed. Before the gigantic Devil Mountain actually struck the Scarlet Firmament Gate's defensive array, the Scarlet Firmament Gate's defensive array had already started to shake violently. That's, on a mountain more than 15 kilometers away from the Scarlet Heaven Gate, someone saw this scene and was extremely shocked. The trump card of the Demon Refinement Mountain had been used. Boom! With a loud bang, the huge mountain directly hit the Scarlet Heaven Gate's protective array. In the void, countless runes flickered and intertwined to form an array diagram. However, this still couldn't stop it. Countless runes collapsed, and an extremely violent wave of power erupted from the huge mountain. The Scarlet Heaven Gate's protective array collapsed, and the Demon Mountain directly fell toward the mountain. What? Zhao Jianyu's shock was no small matter. Roar! With a roar, the supernatural power in his body surged, and the divine sword in his hand directly slashed upward. However, the moment the divine sword in his hand slashed down on the Demon Mountain, the divine sword in his hand broke into two. Bang! Zhao Jianyu was also sent flying, and he kept coughing up blood. In the square in front of the hall, countless disciples of the Scarlet Heaven Gate were extremely frightened. As long as the Demon Mountain in the sky fell, they would all die. Damn it! Seeing that he was unable to turn the situation around and was unable to withstand the other party's attack, Zhao Jianyu spurted a mouthful of blood in agitation, and his entire body collapsed. Ha ha! From now on, the Scarlet Heaven Gate will no longer exist in this world. A loud voice came from the sky, and all the disciples of the Scarlet Heaven Gate were in despair. Who said that? At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded, and then, the Demon Mountain that was falling from the sky actually stopped. Everyone was inexplicably shocked. Especially the disciples of the Scarlet Heaven Gate in front of the hall. Being able to escape from death made them cry of joy. However, when everyone saw the scene below the Devil Mountain, all of them were dumbfounded. They only saw a young man single-handedly blocking the descending Devil Mountain. How is this possible? Chapter 4465. How is this possible? Countless disciples of the Crimson Firmament sect, who thought that they would be killed by the Fiend Mountain falling from the sky, were dumbfounded. They saw a young man holding the Fiend Mountain with one hand. It was an incredible Fiend Dao Dharma artifact of the Fiend Refinement Mountain. The power of one blow was comparable to the full blow of a Dao Integration Realm cultivator, and it was an attack at the peak Dao Integration Realm. A peak Dao Integration Realm cultivator was extremely powerful. To ordinary people, they were like immortals. Of course, they were not immortals yet. The primordial realm was the ancestral land of all worlds. There were thousands of races and countless immortals here. Even immortal emperors appeared from time to time. Only immortal supremacies could not be seen. For a small sect like the Crimson Firmament sect, it was already very impressive to have a Dao Integration Realm cultivator. The primordial realm was different from the ancestral realm. Cultivators had a longer lifespan, especially Dao Integration Realm cultivators, who had a lifespan of 10,000 years. Of course, only immortals were immortal. Immortality was relative. If an immortal hid in a secret place and never came out, his lifespan would be infinite. After all, immortal creatures were also divided into different levels. Earth immortals were stronger than human immortals, heaven immortals were stronger than earth immortals, and Shen immortals were stronger than heaven immortals. It was easy for an earth immortal to kill a human immortal. Therefore, logically speaking, the lifespan of an immortal was infinite, but it did not mean that he could not be killed. Its seventh junior brother. How is it possible? A middle-aged man in green stared at the young man holding the Fiend Mountain on the list and exclaimed. Eldest senior brother, how is this possible? Another young man in white said in disbelief. The middle-aged man in green was Luo Yu, the eldest senior brother of the Crimson Firmament sect. His Crimson Firmament sword technique had been cultivated to the acme of perfection. His sword Dao cultivation was definitely one of the best among the disciples. Although the Crimson Firmament sect was a small sect, its ultimate technique was also passed down from the Sword Immortal sect. The seventh disciple, Chu Shaoyun, was the youngest and weakest among the 7 disciples of sect master Zhao Jianyu. He could not even beat Zhao Jianyu's youngest daughter. However, the trash in the eyes of his fellow disciples seemed to have transformed into a peerless god of war who was holding the terrifying Fiend Mountain with one hand. Huh! High up in the sky, among the demonic clouds, a demonic figure appeared. Haha, Mo Hong, I didn't expect that even a dignified supreme elder of Demon Refinement Mountain like you would fail. In the distant sky, a scarlet-haired middle-aged man standing on a blood cloud laughed heartily. Kai Sho, since you're so powerful, you take care of them. The demonic figure in the sky waved his hand, and the demonic mountain that Ji Yu Fei was carrying flew back. Haha, I'll do it. The middle-aged man called Kai Sho stepped on a blood cloud and charged towards the peak of the Scarlet Firmament Mountain. Sigh. At that moment, Ji Yu Fei frowned. If he hadn't sealed his cultivation base, he wouldn't have needed to do anything to these ants. All he had to do was release a strand of his extreme Dao aura and these guys would be destroyed in body and soul. The power that erupted from this Devil Mountain had almost shattered his body. Chu Shaoyun's body had been modified by Ji Yu Fei. It had to be known that Ji Yu Fei was going to use Chu Shaoyun's identity to walk around the primal beginning realm. If Chu Shaoyun's body was too weak, it would be very troublesome. Shaoyun, what are you? Zhao Jianyu rushed over. Master. Ji Yu Fei pretended to bow to Zhao Jianyu. After all, Zhao Jianyu was Chu Shaoyun's master, and he was Chu Shaoyun now. Seventh brother, how did you suddenly become so powerful? Senior brother Luo Yu also rushed over and looked at Ji Yu Fei as if he was looking at a monster. One had to know that if that Devil Mountain had been bombarded just now, the entire mountain would have been blown up. However, Chu Shaoyun had actually held that Devil Mountain with one hand. This was simply unbelievable. Let's talk about it later. Ji Yu Fei scratched his head in embarrassment. Zhao Jianyu still wanted to say something. However, at that moment, a large number of black-clothed people charged up from the foot of the Scarlet Firmament Mountain. Among those black-clothed people, there were many cultivators in the Soul Formation realm. Those cultivators directly rose into the air and charged towards the mountain. Luo Yu, quickly bring people to fight. Sect leader Zhao Jianyu quickly ordered. Yes, Master. Luo Yu immediately turned around and organized the disciples of the Scarlet Firmament sect to fight against the allied forces of the Black Evil Lake and the Demon Refinement Mountain. Zhao Jianyu did not ask for help from the Five Elements sect because the Demon Refinement Mountain and the Black Evil Lake were also sects under the Five Elements sect. The Five Elements sect was a sect with celestial immortals. The territory ruled by the Five Elements sect was millions of miles wide, like a small kingdom. Within this area, there were at least dozens of sects. Although these sects were all subordinate sects of the Five Elements sect and obeyed the orders of the Five Elements sect, the Five Elements sect could not be bothered with the battles between these sects. Only when something threatened the ruling position of the Five Elements sect would the Five Elements sect intervene. In the eyes of small sects like the Scarlet Firmament sect, the Five Elements sect had a high status, but there was a real behemoth above the Five Elements sect, and that was the Five Elements Heavenly sect. Compared to the Five Elements Heavenly sect, the Five Elements sect was like a sesame seed. It was precisely because Zhao Jianyu was very clear about the rules set by the Five Elements sect that he did not ask for help from the Five Elements sect. He knew that even if the Scarlet Firmament sect was destroyed by the Black Evil Lake and the Demon Refinement Mountain, the Five Elements sect would not intervene. The Scarlet Firmament sect was already at the point of life and death. How could Zhao Zhenyu care about asking Chu Shaoyun how his disciple had become so powerful? Elders, follow me to kill the enemy. Zhao Zhenyu opened his mouth and spat out a sword pellet. The sword pellet unfolded in the wind and turned into an extremely sharp sword light that soared into the sky. It pierced through the elder of the Black Evil Lake who was attacking from the sky. Scarlet Sand Storm. Kai Sho, the elder of the Black Evil Lake, shouted. In the next moment, boundless bloody light rushed out from his body, and it transformed into an extremely violent storm that swept towards Zhao Zhenyu. Zhao Zhenyu's sword light was immediately submerged by the Scarlet Sand Storm. The Scarlet Storm was formed by countless scarlet sand. It was a real sandstorm, and it was extremely powerful. It could make a cultivator's flying sword lose its spirituality and turn it into scrap iron. Zhao Zhenyu and the 3 elders of the Scarlet Firmament sect were all hit by the Scarlet Sandstorm. Zhao Zhenyu could not care about attacking Kai Sho anymore. He directly recalled the sword light and became one with it to protect his body. A ball of immortal light also emerged from the 3 elders to resist the Scarlet Sandstorm. However, the Scarlet Sandstorm was extremely powerful. The protective immortal light on one of the elders of the Scarlet Firmament sect collapsed, and the Scarlet Sandstorm hit him directly, instantly tearing him to pieces. The protective immortal light of the other 2 elders also became extremely dim. Seeing this, Zhao Zhenyu could not help but be shocked and angry. Kai Sho, our Scarlet Firmament sect has no enmity with the Black Evil Lake. Why are you attacking us? Zhao Zhenyu roared angrily. Ha ha! Does the Black Evil Lake need a reason to do something? Kai Sho laughed. Zhao Zhenyu flew into a rage and directly attacked Kai Sho with the Divine Sword Unity. The violent Scarlet Sandstorm was actually broken by his sword light, which was at least 1,000 feet long. Do you want to risk your life? Kai Sho's figure disappeared in the Scarlet Sandstorm. For a moment, Zhao Zhenyu could not sense the exact location of this guy. Just when Zhao Zhenyu and the 2 elders of the Scarlet Firmament sect were in trouble, a life-and-death battle unfolded on the top of the Scarlet Firmament sect. The experts of the Black Evil Lake and the Demon Refinement Mountain had already attacked the top of the Scarlet Firmament Mountain. The square in front of the Scarlet Firmament Hall had become a battlefield. Boom! A 3-meter-tall giant man with a mighty demonic aura waved a sledgehammer and directly smashed a disciple of the Scarlet Firmament sect into minced meat. Blood splashed all over the giant man. The giant man grinned hideously and continued to attack another disciple of the Scarlet Firmament sect. Third brother, you go. Luo Yu shouted at a young swordsman. The young swordsman immediately activated his flying sword and attacked the giant man. Swoosh! With a flash of sword light, the flying sword of Lin Feng, the 3rd disciple of the Scarlet Firmament sect, slashed the giant man's body. However, the giant man's body only shook a little. The sword light cut a hole in the armor on his body, but no blood flowed out. What? Lin Feng was taken aback. This guy's body could actually resist my flying sword. How was this possible? Roar! The giant man roared, like a clap of thunder. It shook the ears of the surrounding people. The next moment, he raised the giant hammer with both hands and smashed it towards Lin Feng. Whoosh! The giant hammer smashed down, bringing with it a strong gust of wind. Those with weaker cultivations were immediately forced to retreat. This guy, Lin Feng, was taken aback and directly moved 10 feet horizontally. Boom! The giant hammer smashed down, the ground shook, and the place where Lin Feng originally stood was immediately smashed into a large pit. Cracks extended out from the surroundings of the pit. The square in front of the Scarlet Firmament Hall was paved with hard bluestone. Normal swords and sabers could only leave faint marks on the ground of the square. And this giant man smashed down with his hammer and actually smashed a large pit in the incomparably hard bluestone ground. One could imagine how strong this giant man was. Although Lin Feng's sword cultivation was very strong, facing an opponent that could directly ignore his flying sword, he had a feeling of not knowing where to attack. He could only fight with this giant man. At this time, Zhao Qianqian also charged up from the foot of the mountain. She was fighting a pale-faced demon endlessly, but for a moment, the victor could not be determined. And at this time, Jiu Fei was like taking a leisurely stroll on the battlefield. Those demon cultivators from the Demon Refinement Mountain who attacked him were all directly blown up by him with one punch. Very quickly, whether it was the demon cultivators of the Demon Refinement Mountain or the evil cultivators of the Black Evil Lake, when they saw Jiu Fei walking over, they immediately hid far away like they were avoiding the god of plague. This guy was too abnormal. He was only at the soul formation stage, but his physical body was unimaginably strong. No matter how powerful one's abilities were or how powerful one's magic treasures were, he could break through them with one punch and one kick. Seeing how abnormal Jiu Fei was, Lin Feng hurriedly led the giant man towards Jiu Fei. Seventh brother, I'll leave this big guy to you. Chapter 4466. In the territory ruled by the Five Elements Heavenly Sect in the primordial beginning realm, an inconspicuous small sect, the Crimson Firmament Sect, was being attacked by two other small sects. Both the Black Fiend Lake and the Fiend Refinement Mountain were guarded by Dao Integration Realm cultivators. In the primordial beginning realm, there were actually countless Dao Integration Realm cultivators. However, if one wanted to establish a sect, a cultivator of the soul formation stage was still not enough, and a cultivator of the defying void stage was also a little lacking. Only cultivators of the Dao integration stage and above could establish their own sect and pass down their teachings. If their cultivation was too low, they would not be able to defend their own sect and would be destroyed in minutes. Immortals were naturally more qualified to establish a sect. Of course, a sect with an immortal in charge was just a small sect in the primordial beginning realm. A real big sect had to have an immortal king or even an immortal emperor. A real top force had to have an immortal lord. Without an immortal lord, the forces in the primordial beginning realm would be embarrassed to call themselves a top force. At this moment, in the territory of the Five Elements Sect, the mountain where the Crimson Firmament Sect was located was filled with battle cries. Countless spiritual lights kept appearing and colliding with each other. Countless Dharma artifacts flew in the sky. From time to time, people fell from the sky or were smashed into pieces. Countless cultivators were fighting desperately in the sky and on the ground. The people at the foot of the mountain wanted to kill, and the people on the mountain wanted to kill. There were also dozens of figures moving quickly in the sky. The incomparably violent power of true essence spread out, even dispersing the clouds in the sky. At this moment, the entire Crimson Firmament Sect was filled with figures and corpses. The void was filled with an incomparably strong smell of blood. In the primordial beginning realm, only cultivators above the soul formation realm could fly. The laws of heaven and earth here were so powerful that even cultivators at the nascent soul realm could not fly. In some low-level worlds, cultivators at the nascent soul realm could be called nascent soul patriarchs. Outrageous. Are these guys from the Crimson Firmament Sect crazy? Roared the commander of the Black Evil Lake. In the face of the crazy counterattack of the Crimson Firmament Sect, the allied forces of the Black Evil Lake and the Demon Refinement Mountain were being beaten back. Raw. Seeing that he was no match for the other party's intermediate nascent soul stage cultivator, a Scarlet Firmament Sect's beginner-level nascent soul stage disciple actually fiercely pounced forward, hugged that intermediate nascent soul stage cultivator, and self-detonated. Raw. The Black Demon Lake's Grand Commander's eyes turned red when he saw this scene. The mid-stage nascent soul cultivator that was killed by the other party was a disciple of the Black Demon Lake. For an early-stage nascent soul cultivator to kill a middle-stage nascent soul cultivator, this was definitely a big profit. Furthermore, the scene of him perishing together with the enemy was constantly playing out. This bunch of lunatics, when the cultivators of Black Demon Lake and Demon Refinement Mountain saw this, they were all terrified. Enemies weren't scary, but enemies who weren't afraid of death were terrifying. If you want to live, then put your lives on the line. The Black Fiend Lake Great Commander roared at the cultivators of Black Fiend Lake and Demon Refinement Mountain. That's right. When enemies meet on a narrow path, the brave one wins. Let's go all out. What? Countless cultivators of Black Demon Lake and Demon Refinement Mountain roared angrily and desperately activated their Dharma artifacts to attack the mountain. Their aura actually increased greatly. For a moment, the Crimson Firmament Sect and the allied forces of the two great evil demon forces were locked in battle. Blood mist permeated the Crimson Firmament Mountain, and it was extremely tragic. At this time, on the square at the peak of the Crimson Firmament sect, a group of powerful cultivators from the Crimson Firmament sect had encountered a huge problem. The Black Demon Lake and Demon Refinement Mountain had a lot more soul formation cultivators than the Crimson Firmament sect, and there were also more defying Void Realm cultivators than the Crimson Firmament sect. Even the Black Demon Lake and Demon Refinement Mountain had 3 more Dao Integration Realm cultivators than the Crimson Firmament sect. At this time, on the square at the peak of the Crimson Firmament Mountain, Jiyu Fei and the Huge Man were facing off. Boom! The Huge Man, who was surrounded by demonic aura, waved the divine hammer in his hand and directly smashed a huge pit where Jiyu Fei had been standing. What a powerful force! Facing this kind of powerhouse, Jiyu Fei was a little surprised. After all, this was a world of cultivation, where Dharma power and quintessential essence were cultivated. Very few people would cultivate body skills. The Huge Man from the Demon Refinement Mountain was clearly an exception. Lin Feng, this guy, when Jiyu Fei saw the Huge Man directly attacking him, he could not help but secretly curse Lin Feng, who had slipped away. If it was Jiyu Fei in the past, he would definitely be killed by Lin Feng's third senior brother. Fortunately, it was Jiyu Fei who was using this identity now. Roar! The Huge Man directly roared and raised the divine hammer in his hand, smashing it at Jiyu Fei's head. Jiyu Fei stretched out his right hand and actually directly grabbed the divine hammer that was smashing towards him. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Grabbing the Huge Man's divine hammer with his bare hands, this, someone exclaimed. At this moment, Jiyu Fei suddenly revealed a playful smile. Then, he exerted force with his right hand, and with a muffled sound, the divine hammer that he grabbed actually exploded. Countless fragments shot towards the Huge Man. The giant mountain man staggered backward. On the spot, 3 nascent soul realm cultivators were pierced by the fragments of the divine hammer and directly died. The Huge Man was the first to bear the brunt, but countless fragments of the divine hammer hit his body. Only his clothes were torn, and the skin under his clothes was crystal clear like peerless divine jade. You guys are all so weak, Jiyu Fei said indifferently. What? The powerhouses from Black Demon Lake and Demon Refinement Mountain were all shocked and angry. This little guy actually did not care about the powerhouses from the 2 forces. At this moment, Jiyu Fei took a step forward and directly appeared in front of the Huge Man. He directly punched the Huge Man's abdomen, and in the next moment, the guy directly flew out and vomited a large mouthful of blood. Everyone looked at this scene in disbelief. This Chu Xiaoyun actually sent the extremely powerful Huge Man flying with a single punch. Junior brother, Chu Xiaoyun's senior and junior brothers were extremely excited. All of you, scram, or else. Jiyu Fei glanced in all directions, and a shocking murderous intent exploded from his body. Or else what? A contemptuous voice rang out, and the commander of Black Demon Lake directly charged towards Jiyu Fei. The power of the defying emptiness realm surged out from his body. Die! Jiyu Fei stared at the armored middle-aged general in front of him. Ha ha, the commander of Black Demon Lake laughed recklessly, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Then, he continued to press towards Jiyu Fei, and his powerful aura continued to rise. Why are there always people coming to die? Chapter 4467. The commander of the Black Demon Lake was the existence with the greatest authority in the entire Black Demon Lake, aside from the sect master. This was because the army of the Black Demon Lake was under his control. And at this moment, the usually calm commander of the Black Demon Lake could no longer remain calm. He actually personally attacked Jiyu Fei. Whoosh! 2 rays of sharp sword light shot out from the eyes of the Black Demon Lake's commander. These 2 rays of sword light directly pierced through Jiyu Fei. Eye technique. Jiyu Fei frowned. This kind of mystique was most suitable for plotting against others. No one would have thought that the commander of the Black Demon Lake would actually cultivate eye techniques. The eyes of the commander of the Black Demon Lake were great killing weapons. Scram! Jiyu Fei merely waved his sleeve, and the 2 beams of sword light directly dissipated in the void, as if they had never appeared. This guy, The commander of the Black Demon Lake was shocked. Bam! At this moment, Ji Yufei's right foot stomped on the ground, and his entire body shot towards the commander like an arrow. His speed was extremely fast. "You're courting death." The commander of the Black Demon Lake separated his hands, and a mass of black gas immediately appeared between his hands. In the next moment, this mass of black gas instantly enveloped the void within a radius of hundreds of feet. The black gas carried a fishy smell. Wherever it enveloped, all life was extinguished. The surrounding disciples who were still fighting hurriedly retreated. Even if an immortal came into contact with a little of this black demon poison mist, they would be in deep trouble, let alone existences below the immortal realm. However, Ji Yufei completely ignored the black demon poison mist in front of him and charged head-on into it. Bam! Within the black mist, there was a flash of blood. Ji Yufei had actually directly smashed into the body of the commander of the Black Demon Lake. Even his primordial spirit had not been able to escape and was destroyed. What? Everyone was stunned by the battle prowess that Ji Yufei had displayed. Bam! Boom! Ji Yufei moved swiftly in the air. One by one, the experts of the Black Demon Lake and Fiend Refinement Mountain were killed by him. Everywhere he passed, everyone was shocked. At this time, high up in the sky, the sect master of the Crimson Firmament sect, Zhao Jianyu, and the elder of the Black Demon Lake, Kai Sho, were engaged in a fierce battle. This was a battle of the Dao integration stage. Zhao Jianyu, surrender obediently, and I'll spare your life. Moreover, I can even plead on your behalf with the sect master to make you an elder. How about it? Kai Sho said loudly, his voice spreading far and wide. Seal your head. Zhao Jianyu roared. There were countless sword lights surrounding his body, and he looked like an unsheathed peerless sword. With just a thought, the endless sword radiance on Zhao Jianyu's body directly soared into the sky and turned into a sword array that enveloped Kai Sho. The Black Fiend Lake Elder was very strong. Kai Sho charged left and right in Zhao Jianyu's sword formation, but he couldn't break it. Zhao Jianyu was also desperate. When he fought with Kai Sho previously, he was at a disadvantage, but soon, he almost turned the tables. "Ha! Kai Sho, do you need help?" Fiend Refinement Mountain's Grand Elder, Mo Hong, laughed. Zhao Jianyu was so excited that he was almost pierced by Kai Sho's sword when he was distracted. The three Grand Elders of the Crimson Firmament sect were all dead, which made Zhao Jianyu feel extremely pained. They were the pillars of the Crimson Firmament sect, but they had died just like that. The opponent's Dao integration expert was still eyeing them covetously and had yet to make a move. At this time, Zhao Jianyu couldn't hold back his strength even if he wanted to. He had to attack with all his strength and activate the sword array to kill Kai Sho, who was trapped in the array. However, Kai Sho had a lot of good things on him. Every time he encountered danger, a ball of divine light would emerge from his body and envelop him, blocking Zhao Jianyu's killing blow. Within Zhao Jianyu's sword array, sword chi soared into the sky, and sword light crisscrossed the heavens and the earth as if it could destroy everything. A terrifying aura spread out, and even Mo Hong, who was watching the battle from the side, was a little moved. This was a sword Dao divine power that could only be mastered when the Crimson Firmament sword technique was cultivated to the extreme. "Mo Hong, when are you going to make a move?" Kai Sho had no choice but to ask Mo Hong for help. If this continued, his soul would definitely be destroyed by Zhao Jianyu. "Haha, come beg me." Mo Hong was very happy to finally see Kai Sho suffer a setback. Kai Sho was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood again. This battle would not end anytime soon. At this time, on the top of the Crimson Firmament Mountain, Ji Yufei displayed his invincible battle strength. No matter who it was, as long as they were hit by his fist, they would die. He did not use any divine powers or spells, and he relied on his extremely tyrannical body to sweep away all his opponents. How is this possible? Using his body to fight Dharma treasures. This is too heaven-defying. At this time, on the top of the mountain, the people of the Black Evil Lake and the Demon Refinement Mountain were scared by Ji Yufei. "Monster!" An expert of the Black Evil Lake roared, but in the end, he was still caught by Ji Yufei. With a stomp, he was torn apart and died. This guy, on the square, The people of the Black Evil Lake and the Demon Refinement Mountain all had the intention to retreat. If they didn't retreat now, they might be killed by that madman Chu Xiaoyun. This Chu Xiaoyun is only the last of the 7 disciples of the Crimson Firmament sect master. He is only at the soul formation stage, but the strength of his body is unimaginable. There were experts of the Demon Refinement Mountain watching from the side. No one could imagine how Chu Xiaoyun could suddenly become so powerful. It was as if he had become a completely different person. Heaven-swallowing mixed element technique, Ji Fei shouted. The next moment, an unimaginably powerful devouring power erupted from his body, and the entire world's spiritual qi was madly gathering towards him. 7th brother, seeing this, Luo Yu of the Crimson Firmament sect could not help but exclaim in excitement. 7th brother has mastered the heaven-swallowing mixed element technique. 3rd brother Lin Feng was extremely envious. That was the best cultivation method. Although it was incomplete, it was still much better than the Crimson Firmament sect's Crimson Firmament sword technique. However, it was incomplete after all. It could not be practiced casually, because if one was not careful, one could go berserk. At best, one would be severely injured, and at worst, one would die. Therefore, in the entire Crimson Firmament sect, only a fool like Chu Xiaoyun would practice the heaven-swallowing mixed element technique. However, the heavens were fair, and Chu Xiaoyun had really mastered the heaven-swallowing mixed element technique. This was something that no one could have imagined. Of course, all of this was because Ji Fei wanted the people of the Crimson Firmament sect to think that Chu Xiaoyun had mastered the heaven-swallowing mixed element technique. Only this could explain why he had suddenly become so powerful. Chapter 4468. Ji Fei transformed into Chu Xiaoyun and sealed his extreme grade cultivation to become the 7th disciple of the Scarlet Firmament sect's master. The Scarlet Firmament sect was like an ant in the primal beginning realm and even in the 5 elements heavenly sect. Even the 5 elements sect under the 5 elements heavenly sect was many times stronger than the Scarlet Firmament sect. It could be said that the Scarlet Firmament sect was the lowest sect among the countless sects and sects in the primal beginning realm. Otherwise, the Black Demon Lake and the Demon Refinement Mountain would not have joined forces to attack the Scarlet Firmament sect. At this time, the Scarlet Firmament sect was at the juncture of life and death. If it were not for the existence of Ji Fei, the Scarlet Firmament sect would definitely be destroyed by the Black Demon Lake and the Demon Refinement Mountain. But now, Ji Fei was here. It would be difficult for the Scarlet Firmament sect to be destroyed. At this time, on the Scarlet Firmament Mountain, Ji Fei began a massacre. With his powerful body, he was invincible. With a punch and a kick, he killed an opponent. He was like a terrifying beast, killing the disciples of the Black Demon Lake and the Demon Refinement Mountain. Wherever he went, the disciples of the Black Demon Lake and the Demon Refinement Mountain would all flee. 7th junior brother is mighty. Lin Feng, the 3rd disciple of the Scarlet Firmament sect, shouted excitedly. This scammer. Ji Fei glanced at Lin Feng. Just now this guy lured a big guy over to his side, and then he slipped away on his own. Roar. At this time, there was a roar and the ground shook. Heavy footsteps were heard, and the ground shook with each sound. Ji Fei turned around and saw the giant man, who had been sent flying by his punch, charging towards him. The giant man's body was covered in black demonic flames. His eyes had turned blood red and his expression was incomparably ferocious. The big man was like an erupting volcano. Powerful demonic power erupted from his body, and the surrounding cultivators all fled in fear. Chu Xiaoyun, go to hell. The giant roared and rushed to the front of Ji Fei. He threw a punch at Ji Fei. His fist, which was bigger than a clay pot, bloomed with a demonic light like a black sun. If it were to be hit by this punch, even a mountain would be blasted apart. This giant man's cultivation was much stronger than before. Before, this guy was still at the deity transformation stage, but now he was at the void defying stage. His cultivation had increased by an entire realm. A secret technique of the demonic path? Ji Fei smiled. He stretched out his right hand and caught the giant man's fist, which was bigger than a clay pot. How is this possible? The huge man turned pale with fright. He knew very well how powerful his punch was. Even the armored bull in the 10,000 Beast mountain range, which possessed astonishing defensive power, wouldn't be able to withstand his punch. However, Chu Xiaoyun was able to block his punch with just one hand. Could it be that this guy's body was much stronger than his own? Big guy, since you haven't been killed by my punch, you should be running for your life. Why don't you run for your life? Why do you want to die? Ji Yufei smiled. My demon mountain isn't afraid of death, the giant man said angrily. The huge man shouted angrily. As he spoke, he exerted all his strength in an attempt to push Ji Yufei back. However, no matter how much he exerted his strength, it was useless. How is this possible? Senior brother Demon Mountain is an expert of the Demon Refinement Mountain. How can there be someone stronger than him? A disciple of the Demon Refinement Mountain stared at this shocking scene with his mouth agape. There were very few body cultivators in the primal beginning realm, but it didn't mean that there were none. This giant man, Demon Mountain, had once obtained a demon scripture. He cultivated this demon scripture and actually cultivated a powerful demon body. His body was extremely strong. The strength of the demon body allowed Demon Mountain to sweep across the younger generation of the Demon Refinement Mountain. He was even able to compete with the experts of the older generation. His strength was too strong. If others hit him, it would be fine. But if he hit someone else, that person would die. Even if they didn't die, they would be crippled. But now, a trash from the Scarlet Firmament sect actually single-handedly blocked Demon Mountain's full-powered punch. Even the disciples of the Scarlet Firmament sect found this hard to believe. Very good. Then you can follow me from now on, Ji Yufei said. He somewhat admired this giant man. These days, there were very few people who weren't afraid of death. You want me to betray my sect? I can't do that, Demon Mountain coldly said. All right then, you can go on your way, Ji Yufei calmly said. In the next moment, his right hand that was blocking Demon Mountain's punch shook. Demon Mountain's fist exploded, turning into a mist of blood. Following that was his arm, then his body. Demon Mountain only had time to let out a miserable scream before he exploded into a mist of blood. His body and soul were both destroyed. This senior brother Demon Mountain is an expert who cultivated the mutated metal devil body. The disciples of the Demon Refinement Mountain were all dumbfounded. Demon Mountain had cultivated the mutated metal devil body. His entire body was like mutated metal, extremely hard. Even the magic tools refined by Dao Integration Realm cultivators were like scratches on his body. Haha, what Demon Refinement Mountain's number 1 devil body? It turns out to be trash. The number 1 devil body is simply a joke. Hee hee, you can't even block a palm from 7th junior brother, and you still dare to call yourself the number 1 devil body? After Ji Yufei killed Demon Mountain, the morale of the entire Scarlet Firmament sect immediately soared. Everyone fought bravely against the enemy, risking their lives, and actually forced the allied forces of the Black Demon Lake and the Demon Refinement Mountain to retreat. Moreover, after the commander of the Black Demon Lake was killed by Ji Yufei, the allied forces of the Black Demon Lake and the Demon Refinement Mountain were in a mess. This was also one of the reasons why the allied forces of the Black Demon Lake and the Demon Refinement Mountain were killed. At this time, the Scarlet Firmament sect gradually gained the upper hand in the battle on the Scarlet Firmament Mountain. However, in the sky, the battle between Zhao Jianyu and Kai Shuo was a different scene. The Grand Elder of the Demon Refinement Mountain, Mo Hong, had already made his move. A Devil Mountain floated above his head. With a wave of his right hand, the Devil Mountain immediately blasted toward Zhao Jianyu. This Devil Mountain was held by Ji Yufei with one hand. This was the supreme treasure of the Demon Refinement Mountain, a magic treasure refined by a Dao Integration Peak Stage cultivator. Ji Yufei could block the full blow of a cultivator at the Dao Integration Peak Stage. Bam! Zhao Jianyu was directly sent flying thousands of feet away by the Devil Mountain. A trace of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, and the protective sword light on his body was almost shattered by the Devil Mountain. Mo Hong, Zhao Jianyu stared at the figure surrounded by Devil Qi, and his pupils involuntarily contracted. Mo Hong, you are really despicable. Kai Sho sneered. Humph. This is not despicable. This is a strategy, understand? Mo Hong said very unhappily. Hehe, you make a despicable sneak attack sound so dignified. You're really good. Kai Sho directly gave Mo Hong a thumbs up. You're all jackals of the same tribe. Let's attack together. What do I, Zhao Jianyu, have to fear? Zhao Jianyu's body was full of mighty sword qi, and a sword light circled around him. Although the sword light was as fast as cold lightning, it did not make any sound. In that case, we'll fulfill your wish. Mo Hong said very seriously. Zhao Jianyu, do you really want to be reincarnated? Kai Sho said as he closed in on Zhao Jianyu. At the same time, Mo Hong also walked toward Zhao Jianyu step by step. He was like a wheel of doomsday in the sky, suppressing the universe. He stretched out his right hand, and a devil spear immediately appeared in his hand. At this time, above the distant sky, a powerful figure was faintly discernible. The news that the Crimson Firmament sect was besieged by the Demon Refinement Mountain and the Black Demon Lake shook the entire region. Many experts of the forces were alarmed and came to watch the battle. Moreover, there were also experts of the Demon Refinement Mountain and the Black Demon Lake who had not yet made a move and were still watching from the sidelines. The Black Demon Lake and the Demon Refinement Mountain were not monolithic. These forces had too many schemes. On the surface, they seemed to be cooperating and joining forces, but who knew what they were planning in secret? The people of the Demon Refinement Mountain and the Black Demon Lake were guarding against each other. At this time, Zhao Jianyu could only fight with his life. The battle broke out. Soon, Zhao Jianyu was hit by Mo Hong and fell from the sky, directly falling toward the peak of the Crimson Firmament Mountain. What? The sect master lost. It's a calamity. The faces of everyone in the Crimson Firmament sect changed. They all knew the consequences of Zhao Jianyu's defeat. The Crimson Firmament sect was about to be destroyed. The Black Demon Lake and the Demon Refinement Mountain were all evil sects. They were decisive in killing. If Zhao Jianyu refused to bow his head, these evil sects would definitely not be lenient and would kill the Crimson Firmament sect. Ji Yu Fei looked up into the sky. At this time, senior brother Luo Yu soared into the sky and directly caught Zhao Jianyu who was falling from the sky. However, at this time, a demonic spear pierced towards the two of them from the sky, trying to nail Zhao Jianyu and Luo Yu to death in the void. Luo Yu was shocked. With his cultivation and the fact that he was carrying a person, even if he was not carrying a person, he would not be able to dodge this attack. Master, senior brother, when the disciples of the Crimson Firmament sect saw this scene, they were scared out of their wits. Father, Zhao Qianqian looked up and almost fell to the ground. That was her father, and he was about to be stabbed to death by the demonic spear. Helplessness and fear filled her mind. Just as Zhao Jianyu and Luo Yu were about to be nailed to death by Mo Hong's spear, a fist suddenly smashed from the side, accurately hitting the head of the spear. The tip of the spear that was emitting a terrifying demonic light was actually smashed away by this punch. What? Mo Hong was shocked and angry. He looked down and saw that his hand was covered in blood. Not only did the spear fly out of his hand, but his palm was also cracked. It's you. Mo Hong saw the owner of that fist. That person was Chu Xiaoyun, the trash of the Crimson Firmament sect. The rumors were really unbelievable. If he was trash, then there would be no geniuses in the world. Eldest senior brother, take master to rest first. Leave everything to me, Ji Yu Fei said to Luo Yu with an expressionless face. All right, seventh brother, be careful. Luo Yu said as he carried the unconscious Zhao Jianyu and flew to the ground. Little guy, do you think that you are invincible after killing Mo Shan? Mo Hong said disdainfully. Overestimating yourself, an ant wants to challenge a dragon, you must be tired of living. Kai Sho walked over from afar, his voice full of disdain. You guys are considered dragons? Ji Yu Fei shook his head and smiled. Come at me together. Chapter 4469. Seeing that Ji Yu Fei had challenged Kai Sho and Mo Hong, everyone was dumbfounded. Even if 7th junior brother has mastered the mixed origin life and death technique, he's still no match for Kai Sho and Mo Hong, Lin Feng, the third disciple of the Scarlet Firmament sect, looked at Chu Xiaoyun in the sky with a grave expression. His master, Zhao Zhenyu, had been defeated. Now, no one could stop the two Dao integration experts from the Black Demon Lake and the Demon Refinement Mountain. This made everyone in the Scarlet Firmament sect feel despair. Some of the elders of the Scarlet Firmament sect thought that the sect was about to be destroyed. They couldn't help but cry. Although the Scarlet Firmament sect was a small sect, it had existed for nearly 10,000 years. All the disciples of the Scarlet Firmament sect were unwilling to be destroyed just like that. The opponents were too despicable. They had joined forces to attack the Scarlet Firmament sect, and it was a sneak attack. The Scarlet Firmament sect is finished. Yes, the Black Demon Lake and the Demon Refinement Mountain are indeed from the Demon Dao. They are ruthless. In the distant sky, there were powerful figures watching the battle. However, they didn't plan to intervene, because it was too common for small sects to fight each other in the primordial realm. Even the Five Elements sect didn't intervene. Moreover, the Five Elements sect actually encouraged its subordinate forces to fight each other, because only by constantly fighting and experiencing the baptism of life and death could one become a true expert. Among the experts watching the battle in the distance, there were mighty existences with 5 elements chi. They were the people of the 5 elements sect. They had also come, but they didn't show up. I didn't expect that the little disciple of the Scarlet Firmament sect to have mastered the mixed origin life and death technique and have the mixed origin Dao body. No one would cultivate such an incomplete cultivation method. I didn't expect this little guy to be unafraid of death. In the distant sky, 2 young men in blue clothes were communicating with their divine senses. This kind of physique hasn't appeared in our territory for more than 100,000 years. Yes, I've read the oldest book in the sect. The last time the mixed origin Dao body appeared was 130,000 years ago, during the era of Emperor Heng. The 2 young men communicated with their divine senses because they didn't want others to know what they were talking about. Emperor Heng was an extreme Dao Emperor Lord that appeared in the primordial world 130,000 years ago. He was extremely powerful and even the 5 Elements Sky Sect had to obey him. However, Emperor Heng also had an enemy. It was a being who possessed the Dao form of mixed elements. He had once fought with Emperor Heng for the Supreme Emperor's throne. In the end, Emperor Heng won and successfully proved his Dao. However, the Dao form of mixed elements was injured and fled, disappearing without a trace. The Chaos Origin heavenly art of the Chaos Origin Daoist body was definitely one of the top heavenly arts in the Grand Beginning realm, comparable to Emperor Heng's indestructible heavenly art. The incomplete primordial life and death art that the Crimson Firmament sect master had obtained might have been derived from the primordial heaven art. This person called Chu Xiaoyun cannot die. The 2 green-clothed disciples of the 5 Element sect wanted to know how Chu Xiaoyun managed to cultivate such a tyrannical mysterious technique. At this time, opposite Ji Yufei, Kai Sho and Mo Hong looked at Ji Yufei with disdain. This guy was only in the soul formation realm, while they were Dao integration realm experts. The gap between the two of them couldn't be bridged by some heaven-defying divine skill or freakish Dharma treasure. In the ice-cold void, killing intent surged. Everyone who was watching the battle from afar stared at Ji Yufei and Kai Sho. Mo Hong, is this disciple of the Crimson Firmament sect courting death? Mo Hong, are you going to make a move, or should I? Kai Sho glanced at Mo Hong and asked. Mo Hong sneered and ignored Kai Sho. Hee. Kai Sho laughed. He really didn't want to kill an ant. If you won't make a move, then I will. Ji Yufei said and directly charged toward the 2 Dao integration realm experts. His speed was extremely fast. What, did this guy get kicked in the head by a donkey? Everyone was shocked. How dare you, ant? Die. Kai Sho made his move. An endless amount of black fiendish demon chi erupted from his body, turning into a net that enveloped Ji Yufei, who was charging towards him. Ji Yufei directly grabbed the demonic net and tore a hole. Then, he rushed out and instantly collided with Kai Sho. In the next moment, Kai Sho was sent flying. The sound of bones breaking came from his body and a trickle of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. This Mo Hong, the supreme elder of the Demon Refinement Mountain, couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this. Kai Sha was a Dao integration realm expert, but he was actually injured by a small cultivator who was only in the soul formation realm. This was too unbelievable. Roar! Kai Sha roared into the sky. Violent demonic power erupted from his body and a demonic shadow appeared faintly on his body. It was incomparably terrifying. Little guy, you've angered me. Kai Sha stared at Ji Yu Fei opposite him. His pupils actually turned blood red, revealing a strange power that seemed to be able to hook the opponent's soul. It was as if he could hook the opponent's soul and destroy the opponent's soul with just a glance. However, Ji Yu Fei was not afraid of this kind of demonic eyes. So what if I angered you? Ji Yu Fei shrugged and said indifferently. I'm going to tear you into pieces and nail your primordial spirit to the soul tablet. I'll burn it day and night and make you suffer the pain of refining your soul. Kai Sha gritted his teeth and said, Is that so? Come and try. Ji Yu Fei crooked his finger at Kai Sha again. Boom. In the next moment, Kai Sha moved. The demonic shadow that appeared on his body also moved. A vast demonic aura swept out and instantly enveloped the void within a radius of 10,000 feet, including Ji Yu Fei. Junior brother Chu is in danger. Luo Yu, the eldest senior brother of the Kai Xiao sect, was shocked. However, in the next moment, a figure flew out of the demonic mist and kept coughing up blood. How could this be? When everyone saw that the person who flew out of the demonic mist was none other than Kai Sha, their eyeballs almost dropped to the ground. There was a fist print on this guy's chest. This fist print had sunk deep into his body. Heaven-devouring primordial chaos. Ji Yu Fei immediately displayed this mystic art. In the next moment, the surrounding demonic aura gathered towards him and was devoured by him, turning into his own energy. In just a breath's time, the sky full of demonic aura was completely devoured by Ji Yu Fei. Kai Sha stared at Ji Yu Fei as if he was looking at a monster. This guy dared to devour his demonic aura and was still alive. This was unbelievable. Come at me together. Otherwise, you guys won't have the chance to attack. Ji Yu Fei said calmly. Damn it, how dare you look down on us? Kai Sha and Mo Hong were enraged. Mo Hong immediately took out the treasure of the Demon Refinement Mountain, the demonic seal. The moment the demonic seal appeared, it was earth-shattering. Are you going to surrender or not? Mo Hong stared at Ji Yu Fei and asked coldly. Surrender your head. Ji Yu Fei was enraged. Then go to hell, Mo Hong said and immediately controlled the demonic mountain to crush down on Ji Yu Fei. A powerful demonic aura erupted from his body, making him look as terrifying as an ancient demon king. Rumble, the entire void of the world became unstable. Seeing the demonic mountain crushing down on him, Ji Yu Fei's expression was still calm as he punched upwards. Boom! With a loud bang, Ji Yu Fei's fist landed heavily on the demonic mountain. The violent force shook the entire demonic mountain. Everyone was dumbfounded. The demonic mountain was sent flying by Ji Yu Fei's punch. Ji Yu Fei then stretched out his hand and grabbed Mo Hong's neck. Don't kill me. Mo Hong's shock was no small matter. Catcher. Ji Yu Fei exerted some strength in his right hand, and in the next moment, Mo Hong's neck was snapped, and he died instantly. Run. Kai Sha turned around and fled. Even Mo Hong was easily killed by Ji Yu Fei. His cultivation base was about the same as Mo Hong's. If Ji Yu Fei could kill Mo Hong, he could definitely kill Kai Sha. Should I stay here and wait for death? Do you think you can escape? Ji Yu Fei suddenly laughed. In the next moment, he turned into a heavenly sword and became one with it. In an instant, he caught up to Kai Sha and pierced through his heart. Kai Sha still breathed his last in the end. Just as Ji Yu Fei killed Kai Sha and Mo Hong, the sound of a horn came from afar. Then, the experts of the Black Demon Lake and Demon Refinement Mountain retreated like the receding tide after hearing the horn. The disciples of the Scarlet Firmament sect gave chase. Both sides fought in the mountain ridges, leaving many corpses along the way. No one had expected such an ending. Under the lead of Luo Yu, the people of the Scarlet Firmament sect chased them for hundreds of miles before turning back. The Black Demon Lake and Demon Refinement Mountain suffered heavy losses. The battle ended and the experts of all sides retreated. In the evening, Zhao Jianyu's injuries improved and he summoned Ji Yufei. Sure enough, Zhao Jianyu asked about Ji Yufei's cultivation as soon as they met, and Ji Yufei had already thought of a countermeasure. You actually had an epiphany at the moment of life and death. In the room where Zhao Jianyu was recuperating, everyone was stunned. No one had expected this to happen. Their junior brother Chu Xiaoyun had an epiphany when he was on the verge of death. His cultivation level had improved greatly, and his physical body was even more tyrannical. He could easily kill a Dao integration stage cultivator. In fact, before this, Ji Yufei had read Chu Xiaoyun's memories and found that he had cultivated a very strange cultivation method called the mixed element life-death technique. This cultivation technique was an incomplete cultivation technique. Furthermore, it was severely incomplete. Sect Master Zhao Jianyu had once brought this incomplete cultivation method to the Five Elements sect to pay a visit to the Heaven Immortal Sect Master of the Five Elements sect. The Five Elements sect master did not care about this incomplete cultivation method at all. If this mixed element life-death technique was a complete cultivation method, it would definitely be comparable to the Five Elements Heaven technique of the Five Elements sect. However, because it was so badly incomplete, it had no value at all. The reason why Ji Yufei dared to show his heaven-defying combat power was because of this cultivation method. Who could have an epiphany at the moment of life and death? Of course, the real Chu Xiaoyun was really dead. The current Chu Xiaoyun was Ji Yufei. Chapter 4470. In the primal beginning realm, the Five Elements Heavenly Sect was the top sect. The territory it ruled was hundreds of millions of miles wide. There were countless forces of various sizes that depended on the Five Elements Heavenly Sect. In the territory of the Five Elements Heavenly Sect, the Five Elements Heavenly Sect was considered a medium-sized sect. There were countless medium-sized sects like the Five Elements Heavenly Sect in the territory ruled by the Five Elements Heavenly Sect. The Scarlet Firmament Sect, where Ji Yufei was a low-class sect. There were countless of these sects in the territory ruled by the Five Elements Heavenly Sect. The Scarlet Firmament Sect was the lowest sect in the primal beginning realm. At this time, after the battle, the Scarlet Firmament Sect was in a mess. The medicine field on the Scarlet Firmament Mountain was destroyed. Other than the main hall of the Scarlet Firmament Hall, all the other buildings had collapsed. On the Scarlet Firmament Mountain, there were corpses everywhere, blood everywhere, and broken limbs scattered everywhere. It was a shocking sight to see. The broken magic weapons on the ground still shone with cold light. In this battle, the three elders of the Scarlet Firmament sect had died in battle. The sect master, Zhao Jianyu, was seriously injured and countless disciples had died. Some familiar figures would never appear again. Even the second, fourth, and sixth of Zhao Jianyu's 7 disciples had died in battle. Zhao Qianqian's left arm was almost cut off and she was seriously injured. If it weren't for Ji Yufei, the Scarlet Firmament sect would have been destroyed by the Black Evil Lake and Demon Refinement Mountain. Xiaoyun, it's all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, we might have all died on the Scarlet Firmament Mountain. In the main hall at the peak of the Scarlet Firmament Mountain, the sect master of the Scarlet Firmament sect, Zhao Jianyu, sat on the throne in the middle of the hall, while the important figures of the Scarlet Firmament sect sat on the 2 sides below. Not bad, Xiaoyun, what reward do you want this time? An old man sitting on the right side of Zhao Jianyu said to Ji Yufei with a smile. Protecting the sect is our duty as disciples. I don't deserve any reward, Ji Yufei said as he shook his head. Xiaoyun, I'm deeply gratified that you can think like this. How about this, if you have any wishes, I will definitely fulfill them for you if I can. Zhao Jianyu smiled as he looked at Chu Xiaoyun in front of him. He had taken the healing medicine and his injuries had stabilized. I see. Then this disciple will ask Master to allow this disciple to go into seclusion in the library for a month. Ji Yufei pondered for a moment and said, You really don't want any other rewards? Zhao Jianyu asked with a smile. Ji Yufei shook his head. Good, very good, I approve. Zhao Jianyu smiled. His little disciple seemed to have changed into a completely different person. Could it be that after experiencing life and death, little Yun's temperament had also changed greatly? At this moment, a figure walked in from outside the hall. Zhao Jianyu was shocked when he saw that person, and he hurriedly stood up from his seat. Lord Envoy, Zhao Jianyu hurriedly walked down from his seat and led the entire Crimson Firmament sect to welcome the middle-aged man in green. Who is Chu Xiaoyun? The green-clothed middle-aged man glanced at Zhao Jianyu and spoke indifferently with a slightly arrogant expression. Sir Envoy, Chu Xiaoyun is my disciple. Zhao Jianyu quickly said. Oh, really? That's good. Call your disciple out and follow me. The Lord Envoy suddenly smiled and looked at Zhao Jianyu meaningfully. What? What happened? I hope Lord Envoy can tell me. Zhao Jianyu couldn't help but be surprised when he heard that the Lord Envoy wanted to take away his disciple Chu Xiaoyun. My master wants to see your precious disciple. The middle-aged envoy did not say much. Zhao Jianyu was even more puzzled when he heard this. There was no relationship between Chu Xiaoyun and the Five Elements sect. Why would the Five Elements sect want to see Chu Xiaoyun? Could it be that Chu Xiaoyun had gotten into trouble outside? Thinking of this, Zhao Jianyu's forehead was covered in cold sweat. The Five Elements sect was a sect that was many times stronger than the Crimson Firmament sect. There were many experts in the sect, especially the sect master of the Five Elements sect, who was a fairy immortal. What if Chu Xiaoyun offended the Five Elements sect? At this time, the disciples of the Crimson Firmament sect in the hall did not speak and were silent. Chu Xiaoyun, why don't you come out and follow me? The middle-aged envoy was a little impatient. I am Chu Xiaoyun. Ji Yufei stood up. Very well, let's go. After saying that, the middle-aged special envoy waved his sleeve. Under everyone's shocked gazes, he took Ji Yufei with him and soared into the sky, disappearing from sight. Zhao Jianyu and the others were dumbfounded and it took them a while to recover. What the hell is going on? Zhao Jianyu and his subordinates were shocked. At this time, the middle-aged envoy flew in the air with Ji Yufei and soon arrived at a place where spiritual qi gathered. The place was full of flowers and mist, like a fairyland. Ji Yufei was a little surprised when he saw this place. The Five Elements sect seemed to be doing well in the Five Elements Heaven sect. The middle-aged envoy took Ji Yufei to the mountain gate of this area. The middle-aged envoy took out a jade token, and then the disciples of the Five Elements sect who were guarding the mountain gate gave way. The middle-aged envoy took Ji Yufei into the fairyland in front of him and walked toward the area where the sect master of the Five Elements sect was. When the middle-aged envoy took Ji Yufei to the place where the sect master of the Five Elements sect cultivated in seclusion, he saw a simple thatched cottage under the big book. In the small yard in front of the thatched cottage, there was a stone table and a few stone stools. No one would have thought that the dignified sect master of the Five Elements sect, a celestial immortal, would live in such a simple place. You're here. Just as Ji Yufei arrived in front of the thatched cottage, a person came out of it. This person was a handsome young man with white teeth and red lips. However, Ji Yufei could see that this young man had a pair of eyes full of vicissitudes. Greetings, sect master. As soon as the middle-aged envoy saw this young man in white, he immediately knelt on the ground. But Ji Yufei looked at this young man indifferently and stood upright. He did not salute the sect master of the celestial immortal realm at all. Kneel. The middle-aged envoy hurriedly reached out to pull Ji Yufei. Ji Yufei, on the other hand, dodged it without making a sound. You may leave. The young man in white waved his hand and said, Yes, sect master. The middle-aged envoy hurriedly retreated. In order to save your junior sister, you single-handedly intercepted the experts of the Black Demon Lake. In the end, you were heavily injured and fell off the cliff. However, for some unknown reason, not only did you not die, your cultivation increased greatly. You single-handedly killed the Black Demon Lake's great commander, Devil Refining Mountain's Grand Elder Mo Hong, and Black Demon Lake's Elder Kai Sho, thus resolving the crisis of the Crimson Heaven clan. Am I right? The young man in white said as he gestured for Ji Yufei to sit down at the stone table. Ji Yufei listened to the young man in white's words, But his heart was still extremely calm. This guy was really good. He even knew about all this. It was as if he was watching from the side. Chu Xiaoyun came to the stone table and sat down without a trace of panic. Even the young man in white, the sect master of the Five Elements sect, could not help but admire this guy. This guy was still extremely calm. This is my Five Elements Heaven sect's enlightenment tea. Try it. The young man in white picked up the teapot on the table and filled Ji Yufei's cup. A faint aroma of tea filled the air. Ji Yufei looked down and saw that the tea in the cup was actually a kind of green color. The aroma of the tea seemed to have a relaxing feeling. Enlightenment tea? Ji Yufei was a little surprised. This enlightenment tea was not a common product that could be found in large quantities. This tea could help people comprehend the Tao. It was an immortal divine medicine. The sect master of the Five Elements sect was only a sky immortal. It was impossible for him to have an immortal divine medicine. However, this enlightenment tea did not seem to be fake. When I was cultivating in the inner sect of the sky sect, I made a great contribution and was favored by the elders of the sect. They gave me a few taels of enlightenment tea. I can't bear to eat it normally. The sect master of the Five Elements sect said with a faint smile. Good tea. Although Ji Yufei did not know much about tea, the tea was fragrant. As soon as he drank it, he felt as if the clouds had parted and he could see the blue sky. His mind was extremely clear and his thoughts were extremely clear. Enlightenment tea was only so. Ji Yufei felt that this enlightenment tea was exaggerated. However, he didn't know that his cultivation had been restored to the extreme grade sovereign realm. Even if he sealed his cultivation, he was still a genuine extreme grade sovereign realm. With his cultivation, the enlightenment tea was no longer of much use to him. The mixed origin life-death technique is too incomplete. It is impossible to cultivate the mixed origin Tao body. Who are you? Possession is not a rare thing. The young man in white took a sip of tea and said indifferently, Sky immortals are indeed powerful. Ji Yufei smiled. So what if the other party saw through his flaws? So what if he knew? He did not care at all. Since you have been reborn, why don't you join my sect to cultivate? The young man in white looked at Ji Yufei and said in a serious tone. Being able to be reborn through possession was not an amazing magic. However, it would be incredible if the body of the person being possessed could be transformed into the mixed origin Tao body. Changing one's body was not a trivial matter, especially when it was a heaven-defying body like the mixed origin Tao body. Even though the young man in white was a sky immortal and had the ability to change a person's body, he did not have the ability to transform a person's body into the mixed origin Tao body. You want me to join your sect? Ji Yufei was a little surprised to hear this. That's right. The white-robed youngster said with a faint smile. This kind of old antique that had been reincarnated was a divine treasure in itself. Given time, once this guy's cultivation was restored, our Five Elements sect would have an incomparably powerful existence. Of course, existences who were reborn through possession usually had a powerful background. It was risky for the young man in white to invite Ji Yufei to join the Five Elements sect. You don't even know who I am, yet you dare to take me in? Ji Yufei looked at the young man in white with a faint smile. Haha, why wouldn't I dare? The young man in white said disapprovingly. Next, aren't you going to measure how much I'm worth? Chapter 4471. In the primordial beginning realm, the Five Elements sect was only a medium-sized sect. It was one of the countless sects under the Five Elements heavenly sect. The Five Elements sky sect was a behemoth, and there were countless factions attached to it. However, the Five Elements sect wasn't as simple as it seemed. The sect master of the Five Elements sect was a celestial immortal. The immortal realms in the primordial beginning realm could be divided into human immortal, earth immortal, celestial immortal, profound immortal, golden immortal, immortal king, immortal emperor, immortal venerate, and supreme sacred immortal. Celestial immortals were not uncommon in the primordial beginning realm. However, celestial immortals were considered experts who had truly embarked on the immortal Tao. Human immortals and earth immortals were not enough. In the primordial beginning realm, there were as many celestial immortals as there were hairs on a cow. However, not everyone could become a celestial immortal. 4 top forces like the 10 major heavenly sects and the supreme celestial dynasty, celestial immortals were nothing. With the resources of these forces, they could easily produce a celestial immortal. Even profound immortals, golden immortals, and immortal kings could be easily nurtured by these top forces because they had the ability to do so. Legend had it that a peerless alchemy immortal could make an ordinary cultivator become a human immortal or even an earth immortal with a single pill. The legendary supreme celestial pill could even make an immortal venerate. Of course, this was only a legend. The legend might not be true, but wind would not come for no reason. The sect master of the 5 Elements sect had an unusual identity. This was something Jiu Fei had not expected. Fellow Daoist, stop hiding your head and showing your tail. Show me your true form. In the 5 Elements immortal realm of the 5 Elements sect, a white-robed youth smiled at Jiu Fei in front of a thatched cottage. The air was filled with the faint fragrance of tea. Even someone at Jiu Fei's realm would feel refreshed and energized by the tea's fragrance. It should be noted that although Jiu Fei had sealed his extreme grade cultivation base, his mental state was still at the extreme grade level. It was extremely difficult to affect his mind. This enlightenment tea was indeed worthy of its reputation. Jiu Fei smiled and said, "This is the true form. There is no need to reappear. Your view is too narrow, and your vision is too low. In your lifetime, you might only be able to be a heavenly immortal or a sect master of a small sect." "What did you say?" The white-robed youth's expression turned solemn. "In this world, you're not the only smart person. To be precise, you're just a little smart." Jiu Fei took a sip of tea with an indifferent expression. At this moment, the white-robed youth's expression had already turned completely cold. "It seems like letting you live was a mistake." The white-robed youth suddenly chuckled. He seemed to have lost interest. It was as if he had done something that he didn't think would be boring, but now it seemed extremely boring. "You let me live." Jiu Fei was a little disdainful, and he showed it on his face. "Aren't you very smart? Do you think that the Black Demon Lake and the Demon Refining Mountain will be so easily defeated by you? Don't be naive." The youth in white said coldly, "I'm naive." Jiu Fei couldn't help but laugh. Since his debut, no one had ever dared to say that he was naive. How dare a puny heavenly immortal say that he was naive? Ridiculous. Let me tell you a secret. The dragon in the Black Demon Lake has successfully broken through to the Earth Immortal realm. The white-robed youth said proudly. An Earth Immortal was merely an ant in his eyes, but in the eyes of the Scarlet Firmament sect, it was a giant dragon. If an Earth Immortal attacked, he could destroy the Scarlet Firmament sect with a single punch and kill all the disciples of the sect. Do you think you can fight against an Earth Immortal with your current cultivation? I don't care what kind of ancient monster you are, or what kind of heaven-defying divine sense you had in your previous life, but you've just taken over the body and are still very weak. If you were to cultivate for a few years, it might be hard to say. But now, you can't. The white-robed youth said disdainfully. "Ha ha." Jiu Fei finally couldn't help but burst into laughter. His voice spread far and wide. "This is." The higher-ups of the 5 Elements sect who were cultivating in the 5 Elements immortal land were alarmed. Even the formation that isolated aura and sound couldn't stop the laughter. "Is it the sect leader?" "I don't think so. Someone dares to laugh wantonly here." "Who is he?" The elders and foreign dignitaries of the 5 Elements sect rushed out and looked in the direction of the sect leader of the 5 Elements sect. I've underestimated you. Your mental state is actually comparable to a heaven immortal." The white-robed youth was surprised. Could this guy be the descendant of one of those powerful experts? However, there hadn't been any powerful almighties who had fallen recently. The white-robed youth's mind was spinning rapidly. Although he maintained the appearance of a youth, he was actually an old monster. He had just taken over a new body, so his mental state and cultivation wouldn't be too high. One should know that to improve one's cultivation, one needed to cultivate. Even if an old monster was reincarnated, there would usually be a period of weakness for a few years. However, this guy didn't seem to have a period of weakness. You're not just underestimating me. I'm curious how you're going to deal with me, Ji Yufei said calmly. How I'm going to deal with you? The white-robed youth stared at Ji Yufei. Ji Yufei was too calm. This was definitely not a good thing. Either this guy had something to rely on and wasn't afraid of him, or he was just pretending. If this guy was really pretending, then he was really good at pretending. Was he pretending, or did he have something to rely on? What a dilemma. The white-robed youth's forehead was beaded with sweat. If he made the wrong choice, the consequences would be dire. How about this? You'll follow me from now on and run some errands, Ji Yufei suddenly said. What? The white-robed youth was dumbfounded when he heard Ji Yufei's words. He was a heaven immortal, and a sect leader at that. How could this guy want him to be his slave? The Five Elements sect is nothing. Why don't you follow me? Ji Yufei said calmly. The white-robed youth was truly shocked. This guy actually dared to disregard the Five Elements sect. Ha. How arrogant. Who do you think you are? A supreme saint immortal? Or the legendary supreme realm master? What a joke. The white-robed youth said agitatedly. His background wasn't simple, otherwise he wouldn't know some of the secrets of the primordial realm. Make your choice. Follow me, or die. Ji Yufei was still sipping on his tea. The white-robed youth was infuriated. Sigh, in the end, you're still a frog in a well. Ji Yufei put down his cup and glanced at the white-robed youth. The guy was no longer calm. His forehead was beaded with sweat. It seemed that Yi Futian had scared him. A heaven immortal had been scared off by Yi Futian. Although Ji Yufei looked calm on the surface, he was inwardly overjoyed. He had never tried something like this before. This was a new kind of experiment. Perhaps this was the art of trickery, but it was a bit new to him. The white-robed youth had too many misgivings. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been hesitant to make a decision just because of Ji Yufei's words. If he made the wrong choice, he would die a horrible death. What do you think? Do you know how many experts in this world cry and beg to be my slave? I can't even be bothered to look at them. I'm giving you a chance. Ji Yufei looked at the white-robed youth with a faint smile. Do you know who I am? You want me to betray the Five Elements Heaven sect? In your dreams. The white-robed youth suddenly made up his mind. All right then. After saying so much, it seems that I'm playing the lute to a cow. Well, you want to kill me? Ji Yufei sensed the white-robed youth's murderous intent. He hadn't had any murderous intent before, but now he did. It seemed that the leader of the Five Elements sect was really going to kill him. How dare you look down on the Five Elements Heaven sect? You deserve to die. The white-robed youth no longer hesitated. He opened his mouth and spat out a five-colored sword light, which pierced through Ji Yufei on the other side of the stone table. A cold sword chi immediately appeared between heaven and earth. The temperature of the entire world dropped rapidly. This was an attack from a celestial immortal realm sword immortal. In any other world, this attack would be able to destroy an entire galaxy. It was extremely terrifying. However, this was the primordial world, the beginning of all worlds on the same level as the primordial world. The laws of heaven and earth here were perfect and extremely powerful. Even nascent soul realm cultivators couldn't fly here. Even a celestial immortal's all-out attack wouldn't be able to shake this part of the world. Just as the sword light that rushed out of the white-robed youth's mouth was about to pierce through Ji Yufei's head, Ji Yufei disappeared into the void like air. What? The white-clothed youth's shock was no small matter. A living person had actually disappeared right in front of his eyes. He didn't even see how this living person disappeared. Isn't he only at the divine transformation realm? The white-robed youth was both shocked and angry. This guy really did have something to rely on. He was doomed. At this thought, the white-robed youth's expression changed drastically. One thought to seal God. At this moment, a voice rang directly in the white-robed youth's mind. Then, the white-robed youth shook violently. The next moment, he was horrified to find that his cultivation had been sealed. Even his divine thoughts couldn't leave his body. Then, Ji Yufei's figure walked out of the void. The powerful celestial immortal aura that erupted from the white-robed youth was also sealed. What kind of divine sense is this? The white-robed youth stared at Jiu Fei in horror. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear what I said just now? Jiu Fei walked over, sat down at the stone table, and continued to drink tea. What did you do to me? The white-robed youth was really shocked. His cultivation had been completely sealed. It was absolutely impossible for him to break the seal on his body. What should I do? The white-robed youth, Wang Chen, was anxious, angry, and scared. He was afraid that this guy would kill him. No one could believe that a little guy at the divine transformation realm could actually restrain a celestial immortal. That was a celestial immortal, not a small character. Chapter 4472. With just a thought, Jiu Fei knocked a high and mighty fairy immortal down to the mortal world. Such a means really frightened Wang Chen, the head of the Five Elements sect. He could sense that his cultivation had really disappeared. How was this possible? Could it be that this guy was actually the reincarnation of one of those legendary heaven-defying old monsters? In the primordial world, even extreme Dao Saint immortals had been heavily injured and had no choice but to take over the bodies of others. Of course, it was absolutely rare. This was because extreme Dao sacred immortals were existences that stood at the very peak of the grand beginning realm. They looked down on all worlds. Battles rarely broke out between such existences. Even though the laws of heaven and earth of the grand beginning realm were very powerful, the destructive power of an extreme Dao sacred immortal was absolutely astonishing. The last battle of extreme Daos in the Grand Prime Realm had occurred 100,000 years ago. That battle had reduced everything within 1 billion kilometers of the Grand Prime Realm to dust. Billions of lives had been lost. Fortunately, that battle had erupted in the wildlands. If it had erupted in the center of the primal beginning realm, many people would have died. There were tens of thousands of races in the primal beginning realm. The human race was the main race, but the other races also had extreme Dao-level existences. Only a faction with a supreme Dao ancestor could be called a peak faction. Each peak faction had billions of miles of territory in the grand beginning realm and ruled over countless beings. For example, the Five Elements Heavenly Sect was one of the 10 major heavenly sects of the primordial world. It ruled over a territory of hundreds of millions of miles. Compared to the primordial world, a territory of hundreds of millions of miles was insignificant. The primal beginning realm was just too big. Perhaps only extreme Dao Saint immortals knew how big the primordial world was. Did I really hit the jackpot today? Could it be that I actually encountered a supremacy who has been reincarnated? At this thought, beads of sweat the size of soybeans appeared on Wang Chen's forehead. This kind of existence possessed all kinds of incredible magic power. It was said that this kind of existence could create a whole world with just a thought. Who the hell are you? Wang Chen pretended to be calm, but there was fear in his eyes. You have no right to know who I am. Jiu Fei was still enjoying his tea. What do you want? Wang Chen said through clenched teeth. He was a dignified celestial immortal, but now he had become a prisoner. What do I want to do? Let me think. Jiu Fei said. He naturally had a goal in coming to the primal beginning world. He sealed his cultivation and a strand of immortal will took over Chu Xiaoyun's body. This was to use Chu Xiaoyun's body to cultivate the cultivation technique of this world. Through cultivation, he could comprehend the grand Tao of this world and become a peerless expert here. In this way, he could ignore the suppression of the heavenly Tao of this world. In a world like the primal beginning world, the source of all worlds, the laws of the world were extremely powerful. When other worlds entered the primal beginning world, they would be suppressed by the laws of the world there. If one's cultivation was weak, the suppression of the heavenly Tao wouldn't be obvious. However, Jiu Fei was an extreme Tao supremacy. The suppression of the heavenly Tao upon entering the primordial world was absolutely terrifying. As an extreme Tao supremacy, Jiu Fei could exert 100% of his cultivation in the heaven realm, the human realm, and even the ancestral realm. However, if he restored his extreme Tao supremacy here, he could only exert 50% or 60% of his cultivation at most. Therefore, Compared to the extreme Tao supremacy of the primal beginning world, Ji Yufei was still a bit weaker. Although he was fearless, his hands and feet were tied. Only by obtaining the recognition of this world could he be completely integrated into it. To obtain the recognition of this world, the method was very simple. That was to cultivate and then verify the Tao. If he could successfully verify the Tao and obtain the recognition of the heavenly Tao, Ji Yufei would no longer be suppressed by the grand Tao of the primal beginning world. How about this? Show me the best cultivation technique of your 5 elements sect. Ji Yufei glanced at Wang Chen and said indifferently, "What?" Wang Chen was shocked. Was this guy really one of those legendary people who took over the body of others and was reborn? How dare he ask me for a cultivation technique? From Wang Chen's point of view, if Ji Yufei was really reborn, he would naturally cultivate his own cultivation technique again. It was impossible for him to find another cultivation technique to cultivate. After all, his own cultivation technique was the most suitable for him. What, you don't want to? Ji Yufei glanced at Wang Chen, who was stunned. No, don't get me wrong. I'll go get it now. Wang Chen hurriedly said, then directly turned around and walked away. Although his cultivation had been sealed by Ji Yufei, he could still come and go as he pleased in his own home. Soon, Wang Chen returned with a large bundle of ancient books. 5 Elements Sword Principle, Fire Sun Skill, Purple Sun Heavenly Skill, Mixed Elements Spirit Capture. They're all rubbish. Ji Yufei directly threw these books to the side. You want to brush me off with these rubbish? Ji Yufei was a little angry. This guy's cultivation had been sealed by him, and now he still dared to brush him off. He was courting death. This. Senior, how dare I brush you off? Our 5 Elements sect is only a small sect. These cultivation techniques are already the best in our 5 Elements sect. Wang Chen said with some grievance. The 5 Elements sect was not some sacred sect. How could they have good secret books? I want the 5 Elements divine skill of the 5 Elements sect. Ji Yufei said. What? Hearing that Ji Yufei actually wanted the 5 Elements supreme art, Wang Chen, the sect master of the 5 Elements sect, was immediately thrown into confusion. That was the 5 Elements supreme art. As a mere sect master of the 5 Elements sect, how could I possibly obtain it? Even among the inner core disciples of the 5 Elements sect, not many were qualified to cultivate this divine skill. I'm just an abandoned disciple of the 5 Elements sect, not even an inner disciple. How can I get in touch with the 5 Elements sect's signature cultivation technique? Looks like I'll have to think of another way. Ji Yufei said in a low voice. He originally wanted to start from a low-level cultivator and become an expert step by step. But now it seemed that these cultivation techniques were not suitable for him at all. Only the best cultivation techniques could help him embark on the path of an expert. In the world of cultivation, talent was the most important thing, followed by physique, and finally cultivation techniques. But now it seemed that this body of his did not have any talent at all. After his transformation, his physique had become the mixed Daoist body. People with such a heaven-defying physique would definitely be the target of many top forces. Just as Ji Yufei was thinking about this, an old servant in Sian suddenly walked in from outside. Sect Master. The old servant hurriedly bowed to Wang Chen and then glanced at Ji Yufei. The sect master seemed to value this guy a lot. The old servant had no idea that his sect master had long been subdued by Ji Yufei. What's the matter? Wang Chen couldn't help but frown when he saw the old servant in Sian. Sect master, there's someone outside who claims to be your eldest senior brother who wants to see sect master, the old servant hurriedly said. My eldest senior brother? Wang Chen was stunned when he heard that. His eldest senior brother was a genius. After entering the 5 Elements Sky sect, it only took him 3 years to become an inner sect disciple of the 5 Elements Sky sect. That was an inner sect disciple, also known as a true disciple. If he could become a true disciple of the 5 Elements Sky sect, he would naturally soar to the sky. Wang Chen's eldest senior brother was far more than just a true disciple. Why is eldest senior brother looking for me? Wang Chen was a little shocked, but mostly suspicious. 500 years ago, He and his eldest senior brother cultivated together in the five-element sky sect, and the two of them had a good relationship. However, after his eldest senior brother entered the inner sect of the five-element sky sect, he was kicked out of the sect because he made a mistake and became the sect master of the five-element sect. The successor of the five-element sky sect. With a thought, Jiyu Fei immediately sensed a purple-robed youth who looked younger than the five-elements sect master standing outside the five-elements immortal grounds. The purple-robed youth's aura was a little shocking. Under Jiyu Fei's senses, his entire person was as dazzling as a purple sun. His cultivating the most authentic cultivation method of the five-element sky sect. Jiyu Fei's eyes lit up. What are you trying to do? Wang Chen looked at the guy in front of him as if he was looking at a monster. Was he going to touch his eldest senior brother? I advise you not to even think about touching my eldest senior brother. He's one of the three divine princes of the five-element sky sect. If you touch him, the entire five-element sky sect will attack you. Is that so? Jiyu Fei smiled non-committally and waved his right hand. In the next moment, Wang Chen felt his cultivation returning. He was shocked and angry when he sensed the surging immortal power in his body. Let's go meet your eldest senior brother together, Jiyu Fei said as he stood up. Wang Chen hesitated. He didn't dare to trick his eldest senior brother. However, things were out of his control now. He had no choice but to bite the bullet and go with Jiyu Fei to meet his eldest senior brother. Eldest senior brother, how have you been? Wang Chen and Jiyu Fei arrived at the entrance of the five-element sky sect. Wang Chen quickly bowed to a purple-robed youth. Haha, junior brother Wang Chen, it's been 500 years since we last met, right? The purple-robed youth said with a laugh. Yes, it's been 508 years, Wang Chen said with a nod. And this is, the purple-robed youth glanced at Jiyu Fei and said. Oh, let me introduce you. This is the guest elder of the five-element sect, Chu Xiaoyun, and this is my eldest senior brother, Pan Jianming, Wang Chen introduced. So you're Pan Jianming, divine child Pan. It's an honor to meet you. Jiyu Fei said quickly. He, fellow Jiyu looks very unfamiliar. I wonder which clan or sect are you a disciple of? Pan Jianming looked at Jiyu Fei and said. Under his gaze, Jiyu Fei's cultivation couldn't be hidden at all. This person was just a small cultivator in the divine transformation realm. How could he be the guest elder of the five-element sect? Although Pan Jianming hadn't seen Wang Chen for 500 years, he knew that Wang Chen was a fairy immortal. How could he accept a small guy in the divine transformation realm as a guest elder? This was very unusual, unless this guy had some special magic power. Senior brother, please, Wang Chen said as he led the way. Soon, the three of them arrived at the cottage where Wang Chen cultivated and sat down at the stone table. May I know why eldest senior brother is looking for me? Wang Chen asked. I'm here for the Sirius mountain range. Pan Jianming didn't hide anything. What? Did that place in the Sirius mountain range reappear? Chapter 4473. The Five Elements Heavenly Sect was one of the top forces in the primordial realm, so the divine sons they nurtured were naturally extremely powerful. In just 500 years, Pan Jianming had already cultivated to the quasi-supreme stage, a stage that surpassed the immortal venerables in the primordial realm. Wang Chen was dumbfounded when he found out about his eldest senior brother's cultivation level. A half-step extreme Tao existence that surpassed the immortal venerables. Wang Chen was just a celestial immortal. The gap between them was just too huge. His eldest senior brother was like a dragon in the sky, while he was just an ant on the ground. This was the confidence of divine sons. Divine sons of such superforces were all peerless figures with nature-defying talent. Coupled with the guidance of famous teachers, their progress was naturally very fast. In fact, the divine sons of the heavenly sects and sacred religions were not very old. They were only a few thousand years old. Of course, some of the former divine sons were also very strong, but they were ultimately failures and couldn't win the competition to sit on the position of sect master. These old divine sons were very strong and nature-defying. I didn't expect senior brother to reach the half-step extreme Tao in just 500 years. I really admire you from the bottom of my heart. Wang Chen looked at Pan Jianming enviously. I'm just a little lucky. Pan Jianming smiled. A little lucky? The corner of Wang Chen's mouth twitched when he heard that. You're not just a little lucky, you're nature-defying. Ji Yufei didn't say anything until now. He couldn't help but think that this guy was very shrewd. It seemed that he had to pay attention to him. With the arrival of Pan Jianming, the divine son of the Five Elements heavenly sect, Ji Yufei was overjoyed. He was worried about where to find a top-notch cultivation technique, but he didn't expect that it would come to him on its own. He regarded Pan Jianming as a living top-notch cultivation technique. A divine son like Pan Jianming was definitely the core successor of the Five Elements heavenly sect. As the core successor of the Five Elements heavenly sect, he was naturally qualified to come into contact with the Five Elements technique. As long as he could capture Pan Jianming, he would be able to obtain the Five Elements technique. Fellow Daoist Chu, I can see that the light of your primordial spirit isn't very pure. Could it be that you've just broken through to the deity transformation stage? After chatting with Wang Chen for a while, Pan Jianming finally noticed Ji Yufei, who had been sitting quietly on the side. Yes, I was lucky enough to break through to the soul formation stage 3 months ago. Ji Yufei nodded. Wang Chen gave Ji Yufei a thumbs up in his mind. This guy can lie without blushing or gasping for breath. His skill is really superb. I wonder who fellow Daoist Chu's master is? Pan Jianming asked. In his eyes, he didn't even need to lift a finger against a puny soul formation brat. As long as he released his half-step extreme-grade aura, he would be able to destroy this fellow's body and soul. What I cultivate is the art of battle. Ji Yufei said indifferently. Even in the face of a half-step extreme Dao, he was still calm and unruffled. What? Hearing this, Pan Jianming's eyebrows twitched. He was a little surprised, but he quickly calmed down. He thought of a force but didn't say it out loud. However, he didn't dare to underestimate Ji Yufei. Could it be that this guy is actually... Wang Chen thought of something and his forehead began to sweat again. I say, why are you always sweating? Are you very weak? Ji Yufei glanced at Wang Chen and said. Weak my ass. Wang Chen roared in his heart, but on the surface, he was full of smiles. Hehe, it's a little hot. Why is the weather getting hotter and hotter? Ji Yufei ignored Wang Chen. Could it be that fellow Daoist Chu is also here for the Sirius mountain range? Pan Jianming asked. The way he looked at Ji Yufei had changed. Hearing this, Ji Yufei smiled and said, what on earth is in the Sirius mountain range that attracted Brother Pan's visit? Hearing Ji Yufei's words, Pan Jianming was skeptical. Does this guy really not know the ins and outs of the Sirius mountain range? Or does he know the ins and outs of the Sirius mountain range and is pretending to be weak to eat the tiger? There must be something extraordinary in the Sirius mountain range that attracted a divine prince of a sky sect. One should know that divine princes of sky sects were high and mighty. They wouldn't be interested in ordinary things. Only those rare things would make divine princes of sky sects crazy and want them at all costs. There's a grotto heaven, the grotto heaven of the Sirius mountain range. Pan Jianming stared at Ji Yufei for a while before he withdrew his gaze and said slowly, Grotto heaven? A supreme grotto heaven? Ji Yufei's interest was piqued. An extreme supreme being's grotto heaven would definitely contain the inheritance of an extreme supreme being. However, it wouldn't be easy to obtain such an inheritance. No wonder. Ji Yufei had a look of realization. Only a grotto heaven of this level would attract the interest of a divine prince like Pan Jianming. Pan Jianming didn't hide anything. In his eyes, Ji Yufei was only an ant in the divine transformation realm. There was no threat to him at all. It didn't matter if he told Ji Yufei about this. He didn't believe that a puny divine transformation realm cultivator would dare to covet the supreme martial artist's cave. It turned out that the Sirius mountain range wasn't called the Sirius mountain range in the past. It was named after a big shot died in the Sirius mountain range. Before the supreme martial artist died, he even refined his internal world into a grotto heaven. Whoever could enter the Sirius mountain range and obtain the inheritance of the supreme martial artist would be able to soar to the sky. Brother Chu, the supreme martial artist's grotto heaven is full of danger. I think it's better if you don't take the risk. Pan Jianming said calmly. The supreme martial artist's inheritance was not that easy to obtain. Well, Brother Pan, this is a rare opportunity. How about I go and watch the show? Ji Yufei said with a smile. Watch the show. Pan Jianming couldn't help but want to laugh. Did this guy just make his debut recently? He's too naive. The grotto heaven of the supreme martial artist is not a safe place. If he's not careful, he might even die in there. Since this guy wants to die, I won't stop him. Hee, alright then. Let's go to the grotto heaven of the supreme martial artist together. Maybe Brother Chu will be lucky and obtain the inheritance of the Sirius. Pan Jianming said with a fake smile. Although the chaotic god of war palace was powerful, if this guy died in the Sirius mountain range, he couldn't blame anyone. He had already warned him. Wang Chen sat at the side and looked at Ji Yufei and Pan Jianming. He didn't know what to say. Junior brother Wang, send someone to check the exact location of the Sirius mountain range. Pan Jianming said to Wang Chen. Yes, senior brother. Wang Chen completely lost his temper in front of Ji Yufei and Pan Jianming. He didn't dare to offend either Ji Yufei or Pan Jianming. Senior brother Pan doesn't know how powerful this guy is. Sigh. Wang Chen sighed inwardly. At the same time, Wang Chen was looking forward to seeing who would win if these two guys were to fight. Soon, the people sent by Wang Chen came back. Of the 3 people sent, only 1 came back. The other 2 were already dead. The one who came back was also seriously injured. There was a scratch on his abdomen, and even his intestines were flowing out. There was a bloody hole in his chest where his heart was, and blood was flowing out. If this guy wasn't a worldly immortal, he would have died long ago. What's going on? Looking at the worldly immortal kneeling in front of him, Wang Chen's tone was extremely cold. Someone dared to touch his people? That was courting death. It's a demon from the Purgatory Demon Palace, the worldly immortal said, panting. He was very weak. What? Wang Chen immediately lost his temper. The Purgatory Demon Palace was an existence that could go against the 5 elements heavenly sect. In their eyes, he was just a sesame seed that could be destroyed at any time. He couldn't help but admire his subordinate's luck. He actually escaped from the hands of the Purgatory Demon Palace and came back to report. To think that the people from the Purgatory Demon Palace are here too. Pan Jianming frowned. I heard that the god's son died in the Chaos Immortal abode. I wonder if it's true. Wang Chen looked at Pan Jianming. A while ago, the various factions in the Primeval realm had lost their gods and saintesses. This caused a huge uproar in the Primeval realm. It was said that even the gods of the Heavens Equal sect and the Chaotic War God Palace had died. He's pretty much dead. Pan Jianming said indifferently. What did the death of the god's son have to do with him? Senior brother, the people from the Purgatory Demon Palace killed my people. This, Wang Chen waved the bloody worldly immortal away to rest. This kind of injury wouldn't recover anytime soon. Then let's go kill their people. Pan Jianming looked at Ji Yufei and said. If this guy died at the hands of the Purgatory Demon Palace, then there would be a good show to watch. He had already assumed that Ji Yufei was from the Chaotic War God Palace. He didn't look very old, so it was very likely that he was an ancestor of the Chaotic War God Palace who had reincarnated. This was also the reason why Pan Jianming was so polite to Ji Yufei. In fact, the moment he saw Ji Yufei, he knew that he was an existence that had reincarnated. In the Primeval realm, this was a very common method of reincarnation. If such a person died, it would definitely cause a commotion. The people from the Chaotic War God Palace were a bunch of lunatics, and they were extremely strong. No one was willing to provoke them. Pan Jianming was scheming against Ji Yufei, but Ji Yufei wasn't so easily tricked. After talking with Pan Jianming and the rest for a while, Ji Yufei went to the place Wang Chen had prepared for him to rest. Wang Chen and Pan Jianming were having a secret conversation. Junior brother, is this person really an old monster from the Chaotic War God Palace who reincarnated? Pan Jianming had become the god's son of the 5 element sky sect in 500 years. This was no longer a position that could be reached by luck. Probably. Wang Chen nodded. Probably? Are you not sure of his identity? Chapter 4474. The celestial Wolf Mountain Range in the primordial beginning realm had a legendary origin. Billions of years ago, there were no mountains here. It was just a barren land with extremely thin spiritual energy. It was not suitable for the cultivators of the primordial beginning realm to live in. There were only weak wildlands living beings here. Even some of the living beings with cultivation bases wouldn't choose to cultivate here. However, a legendary figure walked out of this barren land. This existence was the celestial wolf supremacy, who would later shake the primordial beginning realm. The celestial wolf supremacy's original body was only a slouching wolf. However, this slouching wolf supremacy relied on his unyielding will to walk out of this barren land. He went from being extremely weak to going through unimaginable experiences and finally became an invincible supremacy. However, the celestial wolf supremacy still fell in the end. He was plotted against and fatally injured. In the primordial beginning realm, extreme grade supremacies were not necessarily invincible. This was because there was a difference in strength between extreme grade supremacies. A peak extreme grade supremacy could kill a beginner extreme grade supremacy. Although the celestial wolf supremacy was very powerful, he was no match for schemes and cunning enemies. In the end, he fell. However, before he fell, he killed all those who wanted his life and returned to his birthplace, this barren land that had not changed for millions of years. The celestial wolf supremacy died, but legend had it that his physical body transformed into the current celestial wolf mountain range. The world he opened up became the celestial wolf cave. As a result, the birthplace of the celestial wolf cave changed from a barren land to a place where spiritual energy gathered to cultivate. Legend had it that the celestial wolf cave contained the inheritance of the celestial wolf cave. However, it was not that easy to obtain the inheritance of the celestial wolf cave. Since ancient times, countless people had wanted to obtain the inheritance of the celestial wolf supremacy, but no one had ever succeeded. Instead, many of those people had died. Some people thought that this was a trap laid by the celestial wolf supremacy, waiting for those who wanted to obtain his inheritance to jump into the trap. However, the inheritance of the celestial wolf supremacy was a fatal temptation to any cultivator. Those people knew that it was dangerous and that there was a slim chance of survival, but they still wanted to give it a try. They all hoped that they would get lucky. However, reality is cruel. Throughout the years, countless cultivators have died in the celestial wolf mountain range. Even a few demigods have fallen there and lost their lives. This time, most of the divine sons and saintesses of the primordial beginning realm had gone to the Chaos Rift to fight for the opportunities in the Chaos Immortal Mansion. However, some divine princes and saintesses also had their eyes on the Sirius mountain range. The inheritance of the celestial wolf supremacy. Of the celestial wolf supremacy was sect. However, the celestial wolf inheritance was, after all, a supreme path inheritance. If one could obtain it, it would be a great fortune. Pan Jianming, the divine son of the Five Elements heavenly sect, arrived near the celestial wolf mountain range and found his former junior brother, Wang Chen. Super 5 supremacies sect King Supremacy Wang Supremacies was spirit sect of Supremacoff. Of King Supremacy, Holy, King Su, Wang of a spirit of the Seloff sect of Wang of sect. Otherwise, why would those divine sons and saintesses take in so many followers? At this time, Wang Chen and Pan Jianming were communicating with their divine consciousnesses. They were suspicious of Ji Yufei's identity, but they guessed that Ji Yufei was an old antique from the chaotic god of war palace. However, even if they had doubts, they did not dare to offend Ji Yufei. One had to know that Ji Yufei might be backed by the chaotic war deity palace. The people in the chaotic war deity palace were a bunch of terrifying lunatics. The consequences of offending them would be dire. In the end, Wang Chen and Pan Jianming achieved their goal. Regardless of whether this guy was from the chaotic god of war palace or not, it was better not to provoke this guy unless it was absolutely necessary. In the following days, Ji Yufei immersed himself in the library of the Five Elements sect and read all the books of the Five Elements sect. However, a small sect like the Five Elements sect does not have many books. They have more than 10 books on cultivation, but most of them can only cultivate up to the worldly immortal realm. The cultivation method of the Five Elements sect could be said to be the most primitive cultivation method in the primordial realm. In the eyes of the disciples of the big sects, the Five Elements sect was nothing but trash. These two guys. Jiu Fei was sitting cross-legged in a room. He could sense everything that was happening outside. He could also sense the secret conversation between Wang Chen and Pan Jianming. The voice transmission technique was right in front of him, but it sounded like it was right next to his ear. This was the terrifying power of Jiu Fei's divine consciousness. An extreme-grade supremacy could split the sky and the earth with a single thought. Jiu Fei's divine consciousness was at the extreme-grade supremacy level. With a single thought, he could directly control the life and death of others. In front of Jiu Fei, both Wang Chen and Pan Jianming were trash. They were not even ants. It was ridiculous for an ant to plot against a giant dragon. This was because in the face of absolute power, all schemes and tricks were useless. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. At this time, the celestial wolf city, which was not very lively before, was now full of people. There were even figures of divine sons and saintesses of other top forces around the celestial wolf mountain range. This was definitely not a good thing for Pan Jianming. Senior brother, someone saw a divine son of the Taiyu sacred ground in the celestial wolf city today. In a pavilion in the Five Elements immortal land of the Five Elements sect, Wang Chen transmitted his voice to Pan Jianming. What? Pan Jianming was shocked. If a divine son of the Taiyu sacred ground could find his way here, the other divine sons would definitely not be easy to deal with. Senior brother, what should we do? Should we clear the area? Wang Chen's eyes were filled with a murderous intent. Haha, why do we need to clear the area? Pan Jianming sneered. Senior brother, you are. Wang Chen thought of something and couldn't help but be shocked. Isn't it good to have someone scout for us? Pan Jianming's face darkened. Wang Chen was speechless. It seemed that his senior brother wanted to use those people as cannon fodder. Pan Jianming was very cunning, but he didn't know about Jiu Fei's background. He was still thinking about how to trick people. Soon, a map that could lead to the Celestial Wolf Cave was circulated. The appearance of the map immediately caused a huge battle among the people gathered in the Celestial Wolf Mountain range. Some cultivators started to die. Meanwhile, Wang Chen, Pan Jianming, and the others were watching the show from the side. Jiu Fei watched the scene coldly but didn't say anything. The battle between the supreme talents of the primordial realm was earth-shattering. However, it was strange that even a quasi-supreme existence couldn't destroy the mountain range. Today is the day when the celestial wolf swallows the sun. An old voice suddenly sounded. The voice came from the celestial wolf city, but no one could sense where the voice came from. An expert. 3 people stood on a low mountain outside the celestial wolf city. They were Jiu Fei, Pan Jianming, and Wang Chen. I didn't expect such a person to exist in the small celestial wolf city. A gleam of light flashed through the depths of Pan Jianming's eyes. At this moment, the sun was high up in the sky, but the entire mountain range seemed to be enveloped by a layer of mist. It seemed vague. It was a very vague feeling. Yeah. Jiu Fei sensed that there was an obscure power hidden within the city lord's estate, which surprised Jiu Fei slightly. Pan Jianming, I never thought I'd actually see you here. At this moment, a figure made his way up from below. He arrived at the top of the mountain with just a few steps and stood before Jiu Fei. The first prince of the Pingtian Divine Empire? Pan Jianming paled in fright. This person had actually appeared here. He was the first prince of the Pingtian Divine Empire. He was supreme, yet he had actually come here. It had to be mentioned that the Pingtian Divine Empire was a tremendous existence that could rival the heavenly sect of 5 elements. The first prince was the son of the current human emperor. The human emperor of the Pingtian Divine Empire was definitely a supreme existence. The first prince of the Pingtian Divine Empire possessed a supreme legacy, and the legacy of the Pingtian Divine Empire was much better than the Skywolf Sovereign's legacy. Of course, Pan Jianming was the divine child of the heavenly sect of 5 elements. He was not afraid of the first prince, but he did not want to provoke him either. Greetings, first prince. Pan Jianming only clasped his hands towards the first prince. Greetings, your highness. Wang Chen had already bowed down. However, Ji Yufei crossed his arms and looked at the first prince. He did not say anything. Brother Chu, don't be rude to the first prince. Wang Chen could not help but be surprised when he saw how Ji Yufei did not pay any attention to the first prince of the Pingtian Divine Empire. Was this guy still so arrogant even at a time like this? Even if this guy really was an old monster from the chaotic war god palace, so what? He should not have dared to slight the first prince of the Pingtian Divine Empire. TSK. Ji Yufei smiled in disdain. He did not care at all. With that, both Wang Chen and Pan Jianming leapt in fright. Did this guy have a heaven-defying background? He actually dared to ignore the first prince of the Pingtian Divine Empire? The first prince of the Pingtian Divine Empire could not be compared to the sacred prince of the Pingtian Divine Empire who had died in the chaotic immortal's estate. Although he was the sacred prince, he still had to refer to the first prince as Big Brother. His cultivation was not necessarily greater than the first prince's either. Even Pan Jianming, the divine child of the heavenly sect of 5 elements, did not dare to act impudently before the first prince. He had to lower himself, so Wang Chen would be even worse off. Who are you? I've never seen you before. Although the first prince was dressed in white, his presence was extremely powerful. Dragon chi surged from him, and countless dragons seemed to revolve around him in the air. It was very shocking. If it were anyone else, they would have knelt long ago. Unfortunately, Ji Yufei was no ordinary person. However, the first prince of Pingtian was not stupid. Since he could stand with Pan Jianming, he was naturally not weak either. Pan Jianming was the divine child of the heavenly sect of 5 elements after all. Although he was not the strongest, his cultivation was extremely great. However, he was still nowhere close to Wang Chen. Who am I? I'm your grandfather,